I'm always giving lessons.
I'm always giving lessons. I like the Largo. Like, I don't know, there's some heroes I really dislike in terms of voice acting and personality. But I'm surprised that Cass isn't even that bad. He's a little bit too arrogant for somebody who's supposed to be this kind of disciplined rebellion leader. But it's very hard to make a disciplined yet hot-headed character, right?
I'm afraid you're just not very good.
Because in the Western world, those things are considered very contradictory when really they're not.
Rule this place. I do.
Muerta, though, immediately hitting us with the voice lines as everybody is smoked up, but the teams aren't gonna be meeting yet.
The battle begins.
The team's finally approaching each other. Neeks, with a nice stun, makes sure he secures the rune. Is he gonna die for that, though? With the napalm, it very well could be. But two teammates, including this Jesu Muerta, are ready to make sure Rare Gods is gonna get zoned back. Bye-bye, no team fight. As Jesu asks for a high five, will of course immediately get it from Cracker. But you can see just how aggressive these two can be. I was about to talk about how strong this combination is when it comes to not just the first blood potential, but the ability to keep Muerta farming uncontestedly. And Bat Rider almost dies right off the bat, just with one good dead shot into a bunch of harass. It's a great sign of how fun this offlane is gonna be, both for Takizawa as well as his Bat Rider. Because it's not like Rare Gods is gonna hit a point in time where he gets a farming ability, or an ability that allows him to clear a creep wave, right? It's not like you're a Winter Wyvern where it's like, oh, here, the skill that you're maxing now helps you clear a creep wave and you can steal some money as the support. And because that's something Bat Rider I think really lacks, especially for lanes like this. Because all of these more traditional 4 positions, they can leave Takizawa to get solo XP. They can kind of let Largo take level 3, and then still come into the lane, still kill creeps good enough themselves, that they can kind of catch up without having to steal too much farm, right? Bat Rider, on the contrary, he is very greedy. Of course, compensates for that hyper greed by having equal tons of harass and really burning everybody down. But yeah, we're gonna see how it's gonna go, because right now Jesu is already farming okay, and Muerta, the first 5 levels are really, really rough. It's kind of like a Drow Ranger in that regard, where you're just gonna suffer until the suffering time is over. Rare Gods, even just having level 2 gives him so much more breathing room in the lane. But if even that will not lead to a kill, let's talk about other lanes for a change. Because over on mid lane, we haven't really looked at it, but it's gonna be a boring lane until Queen of Pain gets level 6, or at least it should be. The first time in 3 minutes we look over, and Mellow Jewel, the moment we look over, he makes a mistake. Oh, that's rough. Immediately punished by the Queen of Pain. As the first blood will go in favor of VP Prodigy, who desperately need it, because it's like I said, Cutie is not a bad hero. On the contrary, if he comes online and scales hard enough, I think things are looking really, really good here.
Radiant are scanning.
Seems like top is gonna turn into a gank, and with that gank coming in onto Jazu. Jazu, he should be going down. Very nice job from VP Prodigy, making sure to take down the enemy hard carry before they even have a game, before they even have the items required to farm up. Jazu, for the most part, getting left alone now. You can't have the space that you need and the support in the lane anymore at this stage of the game, so they decide to make Muerta even more endangered. Though Cracker, look at what he's doing with that time. Once he comes back into the lane, he's not immediately showing, he's not immediately going next to his Muerta. No, he's sneaking up from behind to Takizawa. Really wants the kill on this frog. Takizawa, though, immediately turns around once. Jesus' Muerta instead with the Shadow Word from the Warlock. Jezu can barely right-click down Takizawa, but is gonna die for that, as Rare Gods manages to zone everybody out. Cass may have died for this absolute lack of support, but at the very least, Batright is finally starting to do a little bit of work.
Well done, everyone. I've got some notes.
Cass farming up. Going for a Mage Slayer rush from the looks of it. I don't even mind it that much, because the regen and the farming speed that it gives you are both things that Cass can really benefit from.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mellow Jewel being chased after by two, though the start of this laning stage is exactly what VP Prodigy were looking for. As that's gonna be Fear onto Janter. Janter taken down by Mellow Jewel, as that's gonna be Mellow Jewel paying with his life. Cracker still on the way out of there. Has an escape act, even though it's level 1 with the Neeks Assassin there. It's gonna be enough to at least enable a return kill, as that's gonna be the ultimate from Muerta, and one more proc on the Batright. It would have made the kill, but Takizawa, he makes sure to stay within right-click range, cause the Muerta passive, it always prioritizes other targets.
I don't think so.
And yeah, it has a clear priority of heroes, then non-hero units, then buildings. So as long as there's another hero kind of standing within range like there, you're always gonna waste those passive procs, whereas they would go both onto a different hero if there was only something of the same priority to hit, if that makes sense.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Jazu about to get gone on as well, but does manage to hold his own. Takizawa, the first couple of levels like this, he just doesn't do anything except use 2 spells, and it's become a meta build. But even though the Frog Stomp Catchidic combo is like 600 to 800 damage depending on how long somebody stays in it, I think the real idea is that with this lasso, people cannot escape any of the damage that Largo is gonna deliver. As Jazu immediately gets the lasso to the face, in comes the Bat Rider trying to turn things around, but Rare Gods, he does not have the damage. And Vladik, without hesitation, is even gonna press the Ravage, knowing full well that the late game is gonna be so easy for Team Lynx. They just need to get there first. Even Tidehunter gets tankier thanks to that Kraken Swell. I know it's not that big of a deal, but it does help. Every bit of resources counts right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top is gonna get split pushed in.
Radiant's bottom
Cass though finally got his farming item underway. So QT, in terms of GPM, he is gonna maintain this lead for quite a while longer. Jazu meanwhile, third in gold is actually really impressive because Muerta has such a rough time in the laning stage, and Jazu has died 3 times because of it. So being third in net worth after having a kind of rough laning stage as a Muerta is definitely acceptable. There's gonna be a Maelstrom to kind of help her catch up. But Takizawa, he's already about halfway towards this terrifying Aghanim Scepter. So even though he's kind of had a rough lane himself, and mostly just had that 2-spell combo to deliver when his team did all the work for him, with that Aghanim Scepter, it's gonna be a game changer. It's gonna be like a Radiance on steroid is available every single team fight. All the while it looks like Katsura
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
wants to opt for a Blade Mail there, making sure that you have that infinite sustain and a really good time kind of holding your own in the laning stage.
Invisibility.
Top, surprisingly quiet as the smoke is gonna come out elsewhere instead. QBFY trying to initiate in the triangle. Meanwhile, Rare Gods will be taken down by Cracker, and Takizawa manages to dodge the wheel, but with that wheel having been committed, he's definitely dead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Out comes the reinforcements, however, from the side of VP Prodigy. VP Prodigy, they really want Mellow Jewel. Mellow Jewel trying to get away will be denied by Jazu. Jazu trying to TP for that and will make it. Nicely played by this one position Muerta. Though her teammates are still dealing with this Cass coming into the fight to deliver the damage. Yeah, Mage Slayer an excellent item on Cass because it goes so well with that Katana passive.
Dire's top
Extra
tower
damage
is
is just really, really good. So is Jazu's Maelstrom timing though. Pre-15-minute Maelstrom in a lane where you kind of take unnecessary deaths like this Muerta did is very impressive. While Takizawa manages to walk out of there, Janter left alone, and the Neeks Assassin will gladly take him instead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Neeks.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Let's see what the win rate has to say actually. Cause yeah, Team Lynx, they have the better late game, so right now Dota 2 thinks that they've already won this game, just because Jazu didn't lose his lane hard enough. Like, Jazu has a Maelstrom timing.
Has been killed.
In late game against Cass it's gonna be kinda difficult, but it's doable.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Cass teleports away.
Are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Neeks with one more right click is gonna die to a dagger. Just flying into his face.
Under attack.
As Warlock almost down, though he will drop the rock with his final breath, uttering the incantation to summon a golem. And with that golem, Mellow is gonna go down. Rare Gods still trying to fight, forcing an ultimate out from the Muerta. Though I don't think Jesu minds another stack.
Radiant's top tower.
Because the Aghanim's shard stacks, you get them for ultimate kills even before you have the shard. So every time Muerta uses the ultimate and it leads to a kill, that's gonna be another stack that's gonna be more value for her. Which can get pretty insane very freaking fast. Muerta over on mid lane went down, not expecting there to be a Queen of Pain jumping in and ulting. But while we're still catching up to that kill, Cass gets found, and between an epicenter and all of the damage from Neeks, he's gonna die. So it's gonna be a carry for a carry trade. But according to Dota, it doesn't matter. As long as Cass doesn't get a significant lead over the Muerta, everything doesn't seem to matter according to the win rate. And I do mean, while I don't 100% agree with the Dota 2 win rate here, I do think Muerta is the kind of incredibly strong late game that gives you a massive ultimate.
Haste.
Mellow Jewel barely escapes Katsura on the Queen of Pain, but the Queen of Pain will catch up. Will start poking the Sand King a bunch. In comes Neeks, however, looking for retaliation. But it's gonna be very hard to start the fight when Takizawa, he already got the Aghanim Scepter, he already got that funky little drum beat going on.
Radiant are scanning.
As with that smoke, it looks like they're off to go bottom instead. Hoping to catch more members of EP Prodigy. Cutie, however, he just wants his BKB.
Dire are scanning.
As that's gonna be a 4-man smoke out. Tidehunter, though, right around the corner, is gonna break that. It's gonna find himself in the middle of the entire enemy team. Vladik, is he gonna ravage? Yes, he is! At the very last second, as his teammate comes in with a massive Wheel of Wonder. 5-man ravage, Vladik still alive. As 2 people are already dead for that one, and that's gonna be a 3rd with Takizawa falling. Queen of Pain still in there, but not for long. Double kill for Jesu. And Muerta finally managed to overtake Cass at the top of net worth. According to the Dota 2 win rate, it's almost over. And well, I wouldn't go that far with this Roshan. It's gonna be super hard for VP Prodigy to come back into this game. But with the Muerta ultimate, Pierce the Veil makes killing off Roshan so freaking easy. Roshan not quite down yet. Are they gonna regret using Jesu's ultimate so early? It's looking like it, but Jesu, he snatched the Aegis. Rargos does come in time to kind of ruin that, but with the Sandstorm there and Jesu respawning, he is gonna fall. Jesu just tries to teleport out of there, but that's a big mistake. He is gonna pay with his life. That was 3 tries to team fight. That was so many resources thrown at the side of Team Lynx, but eventually something will stick. Eventually VP Prodigy will be the ones actually getting themselves the lead here. As well, until the next team fight pops off, things are kind of slow and methodical for the time being, but
Fit for a queen. Dire are scanning.
at the very least that gives Cass as well as Jesu some time to farm on up, cause with that Desolator having been bought before the BKB, QT is prioritizing his farming speed and his damage output over being ready to fight just yet. Jesu, meanwhile, though, for him it's the opposite. He feels pressured into a very early BKB by Muerta standards. As this gold lead is already slowly but surely running away from the side of Team Lynx. But Team Lynx over on top lane, they find Janter. And Warlock will not be long for this world with a nice combo from the Sand King as Mellow Jewel jumps away and gets to survive Queen of Pain's pursuit.
Bounty.
Radiant are scanning.
Regeneration.
Well, Team Lynx, even though they've kind of lost the last team fight with the pickoff game, they remain in charge. They claim most of this top part of the map. And it's gonna be up to VP Prodigy to change the current state of the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mellow Jewel farming up. Has a Nyx Assassin there to guide him. Seems like both sides are kind of opting for the slow and methodical playstyle right now. As far as the levels go, you do notice how both of the ultimates are there on the supports finally. 23 minutes to get level 2 ultimate. Oh, but with the team fight getting initiated, even with Cutie having fallen, they still want to go on the side of VP Prodigy, but that may be a mistake because the Ravage is still there, and it is immediately going to be committed into everybody's face. Katsura able to blink away, even though very low health. With that, will be able to kill off QBFY. Cracker still gets himself away. Vladik comfortably able to tank a little bit more and tank them into the Muerta. He will. Queen of Pain, thanks to the vision, will be saved, but Jezu with the ultimate damage instead just putting it all into Takizawa's face, trying to save his teammates now as Cracker easily escape acts, and the Golden Gold goes to the Muerta. Tidehunter wants the cleanup onto Rare Gods, and he's gonna get it. Try to give the kill to the Muerta. No way that Batright is now gonna escape because Tidehunter wanted to give it to his carry. Oh, that's rough. It was still a perfect team fight for the side of Lynx. Just the second time they hit a perfect Ravage.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Lynx, they don't really feel like pushing, but they make it look like they do want to push just to get people to rotate in here. While Nyx Assassin is already waiting, already lurking for the kill, and goes on top of the Queen of Pain. Is gonna be forced to look at the Wheel of Wonder. Katsura, though, thanks to the Sand King ultimate, does manage to get away, and QBFY will die to Rare Gods as well. Jezu now getting focused on, has an ultimate ready. Not pressing it just yet, opts to press the BKB first and just kind of kite them back. As Vladik does his best, running out of there, is gonna get Catchy Lick back, and Jezu already perishes. So Vladik falls immediately after. Is now Cracker. Ran down, and I'm the ringmaster. You guys are the whole circus, is all that comes to mind.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Top tier 1 going down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
It's such a fun game to watch so far, though, because every time a team has the lead, it's the other team that's kind of been grouping up, that's kind of been 5-manning, hoping they can find the better team fight. And for the first time all game, the win rate is gonna take quite a plummet. Not because Muerta's late game still isn't insane, but Muerta isn't really getting tankier, whereas the amount of things that they can do on the side of VP Prodigy to kill off the Muerta and to kind of answer her is coming out here. Like, they're just gonna have more and more options until this cast is 6 slotted. Until Largo has a bunch more items as well. Because Largo is actually insanely potent when it comes to DPS. As that's gonna be Cass, the most valuable target on the map, caught and finished off. Now the question is, what are Lynx gonna do to capitalize on that kill?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Roshan is gonna get contested, but no initiation out yet, so Melodrool is gonna take it upon himself to go in with the BKB, with all of his damage having been activated. Janter will at least have fallen. Jazu, he has the damage for Roshan, though last Rosh was kind of a disaster. Can they make this one go over more cleanly? With Jazu being forced to press the ultimate, I don't know. Though Roche is dying incredibly fast, that is the Pierce the Veil being used up. Bad Rider comes into contest. Jazu dies and Katsura steals the Aegis. Oh no. That was almost perfect from the Sand King, but almost perfect can often be the opposite, where you just end up costing your team a ton of resources instead. Nyx Assassin and Tidehunter, the last two alive, but for what?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Fun as this Tidehunter may be, both to watch and to play when you can land an ultimate like that. It did not stop the cast there.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Rare Gods, with the shard having already been purchased, he is gonna push so incredibly hard.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
One lane of Rags absolutely melted through.
Radiant's
Both tier 2s on the side lanes are still standing. But if they can just keep pushing right now, if they can just keep the aggression, never drop this ball, then I think this game could turn out very, very one-sided. Cass also just about on top of his power curve, going to get that Octarine core, which has been really popular on him, simply for playing more songs faster. It gives you more damage, it gives you more healing, it gives you more buffs. Tormentor is gonna get torn down.
Radiant are scanning.
Everybody makes sure to hop over towards the bottom lane. Janter picked off to start things off with, but the real fight is gonna happen when the wheel gets dropped, and dropped it will be right on top of the Rare Gods Bad Rider. Jazu though, already having used the ultimate, isn't gonna get any follow-up, while Queen of Pain and his Cass are both gonna make their ways out of there. With the BKB active, Takizawa running for his life.
Oh, we're rich.
And my cat is attacking my audio equipment again because she doesn't want me to work. Cat, attack my cables and I'm gonna attack you. At some point or another we're gonna have production back and I can do a cat cam for you, showing off the belligerent bastard. But speaking of belligerence, well, Lynx, they do have the resource to go for another team fight basically immediately after. The wheel is still on cooldown for 20-25 seconds, but the Ravage is gonna be there, and Jazu, he needs to basically fight now or never. Now or never. Queen of Pain, perfectly chain stunned up, not giving her a moment of respite, as the Wheel of Wonder will keep her there, but everybody has gotta run as the Aegis respawn comes out. Lynx making sure to play some very clean, high discipline Dota. Well, VP Prodigy with a smoke looking for that initiation, having the lasso, having all of the ultimates available at their disposal.
Dire's bottom tower
But instead they're just gonna push with all of those napalm stacks.
are fortified.
20 stacks of napalm and counting as the damage just keeps mounting up. Tier 3 burned to a crisp. Everybody is alive, however, from the side of Lynx, and one good fight with the Pierce the Veil can change everything.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Lynx desperate for a good smoke attempt here. With a 5-man smoke up, let's see if they can connect onto something.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Wisdom is gonna get taken over. Everybody from Lynx is grouped up, though they make sure not to get caught off guard either. With some very beautiful, very carefully considered positioning. VP Prodigy, however, they want this top lane of Rex, and with the Bat Rider, they are gonna push it incredibly fast. Neek's Assassin ready to go, but Rare Gods, he has teammates there watching over him, keeping him intact.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Also, Kess didn't go for an Octarine Core, he instead chose to go for an Aeon Disc. Which is fair, because just as he was about to complete the Octarine Core, they lost a really big team fight. Though now, speaking of team fights, Mellowjewel wants to initiate another one. But I don't know if that's such a good idea, as Largo just running everybody down. Cass sitting behind him, looking to jump in. And QBFY will be found for that, making it a 2-0, as that's gonna be the second lane of Rex falling.
Radiant's top barracks
VP Prodigy, they just need one good push to end this, thanks to Bat Rider's insane level of versatility. Rare Gods, he's feeling like a second core. Even though he's a support, he's richer than the Sand King. As in come the buybacks to deal with Katsura, but Katsura able to blink out. The tier 4 tower just burned down like that. Rare Gods, he's even ignoring the heroes. He's saying, why would I deal damage to the heroes? Look at this tower damage. Now they do need to stop Rare Gods from doing the same thing to the Ancient, and they're gonna try. 20 seconds till Sand King is back again. And if Sand King respawns, they're gonna have the epicenter, but Jazu, he doesn't have Pierce the Veil, and he's gonna be forced to BKB once again. I think this is it. I love Muerta, but yeah, if you don't get a lead against a hero like Cass, the game is just gonna lead to destruction. They will defend one more time, killing off the Cass, killing off the Largo. Bat Rider, he's so close to ending, but no. And you can see the 4-man rage buyback. They're pissed. They're actually just pissed on the side of VP Prodigy. Saying, hey, we pushed Ancient. We didn't go Megas just to end this. And now you buyback. We're gonna have to end this. Though Jazu almost got a rampage from the Muerta damage. And he will be denied the rampage by the Ancient exploding as the GGs get put in chat. Well, if nothing else, Jazu did prove my point that Muerta as a hero is good, or even great this patch. Because even though they were losing, and they were losing hard in terms of gold and XP, it was like very one-sided from this team fight here. Because this was the team fight where they got turned around on, where the initiation was kind of whiffed and, you know, VP Prodigy ended up getting a couple of casualties. Because that's kind of the thing, right? Team Lynx, they had the better team as far as the draft goes. They had the better team fight, but they also have a really scary downtime of 3 to 5 minutes where you just don't do anything, right? Like, you got 2 huge ult cooldowns with the Ravage, with the Epicenter, and in addition to that, you kind of got a Muerta who, if she's even 1 item behind, doesn't do anything except going to the jungle and farming that 1 item. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are gonna head to just a little bit of a break. With Virtus Pro Prodigy looking incredibly strong, though, and managing to do exactly what you need to in order to stop a Muerta draft in its tracks. Though I don't think the Muerta was the issue. I think the issue was kind of lacking one hero that compensates for these big cooldowns on Tidehunter and on the Sand King, right? Because there's a bunch that come to mind, like the Jakiro, who's been really popular and just has a ton of momentum in early game. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you all after the break. Thank you all for watching. A lot more Dota 2 action coming up here at the first day of the European Pro League Season 35. I'll see you all after the break. Vladik immediately running down Cutie again, as now the levels are equaled out, which isn't great for Cutie. He makes it back on the tower, tries to parry as hard as he can, but even then, even with those cast marks, they are gonna be able to escape his wrath. Over on top lane, Katsura comes in though, kills off Jesu, makes sure at least one return kill has been found by the side of VP Prodigy. But VP Prodigy, they need to watch out, because right now, as long as Cutie doesn't make a comeback, it's a complete disaster already. And that's just 7 minutes into the game. Ridiculously good early game aggression. Cause he's still miles and miles away from that comeback that he's looking for. So over on mid lane, Team Lynx are going to take the chance to be aggressive. And with all of that aggression, Cracker is going to be forced to back off. But it's going to survive the fatal bonds from the Warlock. Well, Katsura, he knows Melojewel is the big prize here. But Puck stays out of Burrow Strike range and cannot be jumped on like this. Lynx, they may be able to turn this into a game number 3 if Cass doesn't manage to farm up really fast. Because last game I said a lot about how Cass is super momentum based, and how he's the kind of hero where if you have tempo and you're able to hold on to it, you can do some really insane stuff. As the bottom tier 2 now getting melted with liquid fire, it's not gonna be long for this world. On the side of VP Prodigy, Katsura is gonna be tasked with taking over this bottom tier 1 tower and making sure it's defended. Little does he know that he gets scouted out by a ward, but thanks to the teleport from Rare Gods, they have indeed found the ward and make sure that Sand King remains invisible. Hard commit in from the side of Team Lynx though. Team Lynx, they are bringing everyone. And Katsura, he may not even mind because he has the epicenter. As that's gonna be 2 supports immediately obliterated. And a follow-up kill onto Melojewel. Yeah, so that's the combo. That's the team fight that VP Prodigy have been looking to use all game long. Jesu goes home to his lane, will continue farming up towards the Desolator, but that was some awkward ass timing.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Jesu finds his farm quite contested, but with Tsukuchi makes sure to secure all of that for him still. Warlock teleports out before he's gonna be stunned on the bottom lane, so it's just gonna be a bottom tier 1.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bristleback still farming up and kind of holding his own.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tier 1 tower is also going to get destroyed. It looks like VP Prodigy, they want to take over the team fight aggression. Also, sorry, I forgot to switch over to net worth. As Jakiro gets hit with an epicenter on top of him, and that's gonna be Cracker just popping like a balloon. Katsura one more level away from that level 2 epicenter.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
As the mid tier 1 is getting slow pushed, let's see what Jesu is up to, cause with only one death he should be farming really well. Indeed he is almost at the point of completing the Desolator. Weaver making sure that he has some actual tower push and the ability to open up the map a lot more.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Mid tier 1 however has already fallen in favor of VP Prodigy. All the while, Jesu is still doing his best to get as much money as humanly possible. Rare Gods. Scrubbed clean of the map. Gotta make sure Bad Right doesn't come online super fast again like last game. As Jesu is gonna get bullied away by the Sand King. Katsura needs to be careful, but will be getting out of there. Well, looking at the bottom lane, Cass a decent bit behind the Weaver, and that's gonna be very noticeable once the first...
Radiant are scanning.
Once the first Desolator is gonna come out, and... I don't know, like... I like the Desolator Cass build, but it does feel like... It's such a drawback once you start falling behind. As over on mid lane, Melojewel traded for Katsura, but it's only the beginning as Takizawa ran down and the Blubber can only protect him so long. It is gonna be a 2-for-1. I told you guys that first Desolator on Weaver was gonna be absolutely terrifying. And right as I finished the sentence,
Radiant's
yeah.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Janter, try to get away, but against the puck, a single orb will reveal your location no matter how good you are at juke. So Melojewel gets rewarded for his efforts, is going to get himself a Blink Dagger. Vladek caught off guard, and it takes 3 people surrounding him, just stacking more and more napalm on top of that bristleback until he's fully encased, turned into a candle, and then they light him up on fire. Jakiro dead over on the bottom lane, but Jesu still hunting down the Warlock, and as the Warlock pops, Jesu is gonna die for that. The biggest kill across the map will be eaten up by VP Prodigy, and the win rate is immediately going to climb in their favor. Because this cutie Cass, he's barely even getting warmed up. Weaver, he's currently on top of his power curve, able to 2 or 3 hit combo every support, and he's still dying.
Ah.
Bad Rider, 10 seconds on the lasso, so I don't think he's gonna get away with any kind of kill on this top lane. Even though in a 1v1, Bad Rider's kill potential is absolutely insane, right? Like,
Dire's bottom tower.
we saw a bad transition from a support into a core last game, and I think here Rare Gods is about to pull off the same thing. Though he is going to get caught by 5 people surrounding him, as this top tier 1 is now open for business.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom
Tier 1 for tier 1 getting traded off.
are scanning.
Tide looking to commit for the Shiva's guard just to make sure his team fight is that much more strong. And that's gonna be Tidehunter's life. Basically forfeit. Takizawa, he's still trying. He will get the Ravage out before perishing. In time for his teammates to arrive even, as Jazu dies for that. And this is not worth it for the side of Team Lynx. Team Lynx, they made it so far in the last EPL championships by playing aggression, by playing very deliberate, in-your-face Dota. Here though, ladies and gentlemen, they are being overrun by aggression instead, though at the very least Vladik did kill off Katsura, but with Cutie surviving and a full team wipe, it's a 4-4-5. And the main winner of this engagement, of course, is Cutie, who can now go on, finish his Manta style, and really start feeling like a hard carry. Weaver still ahead of him in terms of net worth, but I don't think Cutie cares much about that. He's having such a good time on the cast right now. Tormentor. The instant it spawns, there's already gonna be a scan there from the side of VP Prodigy, though Lynx will get the Tormentor in a very quick and overwhelming fashion. QBFY there to keep the initiation at bay, but he cannot save Cracker, as instead it's gonna be him and the Jakiro dying. Everybody teleporting in towards this bottom lane. Jazu needs to be very careful, as that's the reveal on the Weaver. Weaver Sukuchiing away is going to press the ultimate very early, but with the time lapse out, in comes the Sand King, sits on top of him, kills him off. Vladik now running for his life with the pipe, with the Aegis Vanguard, I mean, being there. Cutie going for his BKB. So now him and Weaver are about on par, actually racing for the same item. When you consider that 10 minutes ago Weaver had a significant lead in the Desolator timing, I think that's still very much impressive.
Illusion.
That's going to be Jakiro, just burned to a crisp, and Bad Rider making sure to teleport away after that. Quick and easy pickoff to enable this Shiva's guard to finally be completed. Cutie almost killed off the Neeks, but Neeks Assassin used the opportunity to run away.
Be calm.
As QBFY killed off by the cast, beautifully done. Roshan, with the cast having insane amounts of damage, he's gonna die quickly.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bottom tier 2 gets exposed as Cutie on the cast with the Desolator done is hitting towers so freaking fast. Chop, 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 chop. Fortify.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, in game number 1 at the very least I really liked the draft that we were seeing from Team Lynx, because if they had the late game, things would have looked good.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bristleback
Dire's
made the mistake of thinking that maybe they could mount a defense of this bottom tier 2 tower. As his Neeks Assassin is still trying to set something up, but the epicenter is already there. Wait, actually no, he cancelled! That was a fake epicenter from a Sand King having the damage. I was like really confused for just a split second, but so were Lynx. As Lynx will buy back their Jakiro though. They're not giving up yet. Sand King faking more epicenters.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower
One more tier
is
2
under
left standing. VP Prodigy, however, they may have just risked their Tidehunter in a very dangerous position. Takizawa, is he gonna go for another 5-man Ravage? Are they gonna try to turn this around again? No. Because this time around he simply dies too fast.
I'll take your tribute.
Rare Gods on the lasso. He's just gonna press a BKB, rip through that one. Still has a lasso of his own ready, but wants to make sure to heal up a bit first with how quickly he almost died there. Cutie, however, got another 2 minutes, so he's not in too much of a rush just yet. Will, as a matter of fact, continue split pushing out this bottom lane as he has a Sand King sitting right around the corner with a ton of damage and momentum. As that's gonna be a catch with that lasso being revealed onto Vladik. Vladik very tanky, but against that pure damage from the Cass ultimate, not tanky enough. Cass still trying to hold his own. Doesn't want to kill the Neeks anymore as he sees a lot more suitable targets to be turned into those Desolator charges. Katsura though, Amplified Damage rune is available, plus that Epicenter. I think this second game of the first best of 3 of all of the season is going to get ourselves a good initiation going.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Tier 3.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Goes down, Cass confidently holding his own. There is backup at the ready, and that's why they cannot go on him no matter how they twist or turn it.
Dire are scanning.
Well, it could all end with one big team fight, though. The next big team fight, even though the chance is very freaking minute at this point in the game, it could still swing things around. It could still be exactly what everybody on the side of Lynx needs in order to get back into this game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
QBFY on the Neeks Assassin wants initiation, but realizes everybody's grouped up, expecting a potential Roche contestation. Though with how long they're still in the Roche time and no support is willing to risk his life to place down some wards. As that's gonna be Weaver over on the top lane, getting eliminated with the Sand King jumping on top of him. Jazu, oh no, he's the one they find farming, and this is the final tier 2 tower that they're now looking to besiege, with Janter still having the golem to kind of help out with the tower damage department.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm really sad, because this is even more one-sided than the first game. Though, from the drafts it was kind of obvious, right chat? Like, this draft from the side of VP Prodigy is just way too clean.
Tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top
One lane of Rax, all that remains once Cass is finished pushing here. Though they are gonna stop him before that's the case. Cass is just gonna press BKB, go back to hitting those objectives. And that's gonna be one more barrack. Well, one more lane of barracks that needs to fall for the mega creeps. But let's be real, you only really need the belly racks. Plus this one on mid, which Lynx is definitely gonna have to defend tooth and nail. Cutie already starts getting to work on those Raxes, and he does manage to bait Bristleback into stunning himself with the parry. Twice even, before turning around with the bash. Bristleback almost dead, but they try to use the opportunity to go onto Cass. Cass will have to be saved with a Ravage. Nobody dead just yet. Space is being made for Puck to respawn, but the barracks will fall. We're gonna see VP Prodigy back up, maybe or maybe not for the final time of the game, as in 30 seconds Cass is still gonna have 8-second BKB ready to go. For now, however, he's gonna go bottom lane, push that one out, make sure his GPM is going to go up some more. Between Cass and that Bat Rider of his, this Roshan is taking an insane amount of damage. As Cutie will be zoned out of the pit. Vladik making sure to show just how scary Bristleback can be, especially when it comes to that debuff. As there's the Bat Rider getting the initiation up on the Jakiro, even with Neek's Assassin getting a Carpus on him. And with Cracker that he's immediately gonna buy back, but Cutie already bashing away. Got himself a double kill, is looking for more, will catch up to the Bristleback, makes it 3. As, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be GG, because even if Mellow Jewel escapes on this puck, he cannot stop the Mega Creeps from happening. GG will be called as they realize that. And Mellow Jewel, right after he gets caught as well. VP Prodigy, they're gonna take the 2-0 here, ladies and gentlemen, in a very impressive and very decisive fashion. Sadly, that is going to mean we have to go to quite a bit of a break before the next game is going to come out. But yeah, with a 1 hour break, there isn't really that much for me left to say, other than I know Team Lynx can do better if they dare to draft the good stuff. And I said it at the start of the series already, where in the championships we only saw Team Lynx go for their kind of underhanded drafts, go for their kind of surprise tactics, only when it was absolutely needed. So we're gonna see how the rest of the group stage is going to treat them. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'm gonna go to about an hour of break time. So make sure you tune back in again in an hour, and we're gonna have ourselves an amazing game. Well, an amazing series, I should say, between Lixo, the champions of the EPL championships, and Navi Jr., who are definitely the underdogs, but at least they're playing like a team again, and have kind of figured out their own playstyle this patch. So yeah, thanks a ton for watching. I'll see you all after the break. Have a great one. Peace out. And I hope you're all enjoying the show.
5 seconds.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and once more hello and welcome back to the European Pro League season number 35 as we got ourselves Lixo Esports up against Navi Junior, and I will go ahead and kind of agree with everybody else that Lixo are definitely the fan favorites, and definitely for a good reason. They came out looking so strong out of the championships just last week. So yeah, without much of a break, I don't think that they have decreased in skill in any way, shape or form. The real question is, have Navi Junior once again surpassed their limits, once again gotten better? Because it has been happening a couple of times now where, you know, Navi Junior get underestimated and then they end up pulling through extremely well.
10 seconds remaining.
Also, chat is talking about Lixo not really having any experience, and I will agree that two of their star players basically have zero competitive experience before joining Team Lixo. But do keep in mind that those are still people that have been recruited and forged by both the Battle Cup and the whatchamacallit, and the high division pub brackets for if nothing else. So they're used to competing against people of a high skill level and in those 5-man pre-made settings. It's just the first time playing on an actual team, and it has been, you know, going well for them in the championships. Like I said, they have been making a name for themselves, actually winning the EPL championships and a couple $1,000s to boast. So I do think they're now hungry for more, though. Well, Navi Junior are definitely not the fan favorites and are definitely going into this at quite a disadvantage, to say the least. I do think that Lixo's draft is really straightforward. It's very team fighty, it's very big ultimate heavy. Having the Snapfire so you have a good Phoenix Egg hitter is already one amazing way to address it from the side of Navi Junior here. And I think Navi Junior, if they keep drafting like this, they can definitely give themselves a surprisingly good chance here at victory. Because Navi Junior, SF I'm not a big fan of, but the Snapfire, Marcy, and even the Bristleback are all looking strong, right?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Well, Navi Junior, they still have a decent bit of time left. 30 seconds. 30 seconds to come to a conclusion and round out this draft as strong as they have been continuing it. Because Lixo, like, their combo is so straightforward. If you get a good black hole, if you get a good egg, the flag cannon is gonna destroy everything, right? Gyrocopter is not the kind of hero that you shut down or not shut down.
Radiant team pick.
As that's gonna be a Rubik for the last pick for Navi Junior. Alright, pretty high risk, but decently high reward, I would dare say.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Lixo, I wonder what their last pick is gonna be, because they are considered the better team, despite the fact that they are very inexperienced. And it is kind of their inexperience that things actually tend to go wrong with pretty hard, right? Like, if you wanna do something against that team, pick a strategy that people haven't seen for a couple of years, that they aren't expecting and aren't gonna be able to draft around properly. Ooh, the last pick though. It's gonna be a hero we don't see every day, and we don't see him every day because, objectively speaking, Sniper kind of sucks. But Ray X is gonna take him, so if nothing else, at least the guy playing Sniper doesn't suck. We're gonna see whether that's good enough. as we are preparing to load on in. So they got two heroes that they need to protect now. Both the sniper and the gyrocopter aren't exactly known for their tankiness, aren't exactly known for, you know, being able to join the first couple of team fights, especially not with that Mortimer's Kisses being there and GBC having so much nuke damage to threaten with. At least in the lane, RABOTYAGI should really enjoy himself on the sniper though. And he does have like a pretty cool, albeit really old school at this point set. As, ladies and gentlemen, we are loaded in. Let's see what this first game of the second best of 3 has in store for us.
Oh, thanks a lot.
As Na'Vi Jr., they do have a good amount of first blood potential. We're gonna see how aggressive they want to be in like 15 seconds when they smoke out. I also have a little cat on my lap who's yelling at me, so if my mic picks up any of the loud and incessant meowing, well, too bad. Without work, I cannot buy you your cat food. Little bastard. But yeah, we got a 5-man smoke up from the side of Na'Vi Jr.
30 seconds to battle.
So meanwhile, they're just chilling, they're just having a good old time, mostly hoping that RABOTYAGI isn't gonna die early on the sniper, because that's something that sniper suffers a lot from. But it looks like no first blood fight is gonna happen here. So Na'Vi Jr., they will take all of their aggression, slowly rotate out of there. And the runes are gonna go 2 for 2. Marcy Bristle, a pretty scary lane, but the first 2 levels you basically don't do anything. It's level 3 where this lane starts being scary, and Gothic, he already starts trading harass with the Phoenix, showing exactly what I mean, whereas Gyrocopter with the flag cannon is gonna be pushing the lane a lot. Gyrocopter flag cannoning away, making sure that he's gonna keep at least the harass up, because like I said, the first 3 levels they're just kind of gonna be chilling there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a pause, as the Enigma firing squad is already being aggressive. The bottom lane mostly boring for another 1 and something levels. And as for mid, as I've promised you, we haven't really looked over to mid lane, but it's such a straightforward lane where Sniper is just gonna outlane the Rubik the first couple of levels, that he's gonna have himself a guaranteed good start into this laning stage. And yeah, out-denying Sniper is just basically impossible with how good his attack animation is, which is why all of his talents suck ass. Like, that's the thing with Sniper, I like the hero, but all of his talents are kind of crappy. So, You get headshot damage, alright. You can take attack speed or assassinate damage. Those are still kind of good because you're glad to have either. But shrapnel damage or take aim duration just isn't what you need as a hard carry, or even that kind of mid laner who wants to play like a hard carry. And level 25, they're just worthless if you compare it to any good 1 or 2 position this patch. Because SF can choose between a very fast ultimate or having Shadow Rays add his attack damage to the damage, which both are insane, right? For Sniper, you don't really ask, hey, which of my level 25 talents is better? You ask, which of my level 25 talents is less crappy this game? Oh, Snapfire. Somebody got tossed out of position. Unletal is gonna be able to outrun the Enigma firing squad. But yeah, neither the Snapfire nor I were expecting that toss back from the Tiny. A very nice first blood for the side of Lixo, and exactly the kind of start that they need. Because SF is still farming extremely well, and Unletal, he's faster than Gyrocopter is. So you're gonna have to make sure this is F doesn't just have a free game, doesn't just snowball basically unchecked. As F, he's so close to having the damage to deal with those Eidolons, and you can already see Enigma now paying the price of those really strong early game lane Eidolons. In terms of kind of feeding, you know? And I know it's not that much money, it's not that much XP, but it really adds up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Navi Junior making sure the laning stage is still very, very quiet, though over on top lane SF is kind of out of breathing room, so in comes the Marcy, making sure to turn this gank rotation around as Unletal. One more right click would have done it, but with the stun, Enigma gets the kill first. Kaneki shutting down the hard carry on the side of Navi Junior. While X on the Tiny will make sure that Kaneki can get more with the firing squad. As this Tiny still going. I'm 90% sure Gothic should just be dead here if they don't mess up. Did they mess up? I think they messed up. Gothic, he just procs the healing salve and walks away. Nicely played. Space created. At least the supports are doing solid work from Navi Junior's side. As Garbetly on the Phoenix taking a lot of big damage from the Quill Spray already. Not quite the highest armor hero, right?
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Marcy killed off by Ray Axe, as the support rotations towards the mid lane are gonna backfire thanks to Tiny coming in, and a very nice, basically instantaneous response from the Phoenix, who's just been waiting for that Icarus dive to come in handy. Yeah, right now everything is going about as well as I would have expected it for Navi Junior. Lixo, they're just looking so freaking strong. They didn't win the championships for no reason. SF over on top lane. He died to a black hole being committed, so even with Gothic being around the corner to bounce in, that's just gonna be an extra kill. 2 versus 3, Kaneki with the first ultimate of the game is going to win the top lane even harder. I hope at least the last series will not be as stumpy, and that's not to say that Na'Vi Jr. can't really make themselves a really good comeback here. Well, reconnect is there. Hopefully the unpause will follow shortly. As over on bottom lane, Krollgash is still living very dangerously, because in just 5 seconds he needs to contest the whatchamacallit wisdom. So things are yet to escalate. Well, the pause is gonna last just a little while longer, but go when ready has been called, so we should be resuming the action any moment now, ladies and gentlemen, as we're gonna figure out whether Na'Vi Jr. can still make a comeback from Kaneki out of all heroes, already having over a K of gold advantage on his own, just in his pockets.
Is under attack.
EVA really wants this wisdom. Krollgash making sure to take all of the rocket barrage damage from behind, but Garbotly will do the little dance, helping his Gyrocopter out. Gyrocopter teleports back into the bottom lane, and Phoenix, yeah, clean escape from him with the Icarus dive and the laser. Will make sure to get himself home, regen up, leaving EVA to get some solo XP to make sure those really powerful cooldowns are available, but both of the wisdoms going the way of Lick, so it's just injury
Tower has fallen.
being added to insult at this point. Like, this is huge. 20% chance of a comeback 8 minutes into the game. I don't even disagree with the win rate, because yeah, the comeback condition here is catch Ray X, make the sniper's life difficult. As that's going to be Ray X finally killed. At the very least, they do get the most valuable kill across the map. Not because Sniper is that rich, but because mid lane Sniper actually going for a carry build, you have like 10 minutes to stop him before he starts feeling like one position Sniper.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Quiet
attack.
laning stage though. Other than those gank rotations, it's very hard for Na'Vi Jr. to deliver any kind of aggression just yet. At the very least, they still have some semblance of a game, despite losing 2 of the lanes super hard, and the last one kind of being 50-50.
Radiant are scanning.
As the initiation is gonna come out with the Phoenix Egg catching onto Gothic. Gothic though running for his life. Well, Kaneki, he knows he needs to catch GBC, otherwise that black hole is gonna be stolen. But even with the assassinate, they're not gonna get the kill. And everybody is gonna back off, I guess. Kaneki still really wants to get some value out of that ultimate. He has the Midas queued up, and I think he's hard committing for a Midas rush. Enigma just kind of acknowledging that they have tempo on their side. Late game they're always gonna win, so he's opting for that money printer. I don't think new Midas is ever really bad to pick up early on. Oh, also my bad. Yellow Submarine barely won last season apparently. Yeah, I did kind of pass out while watching the grand finals because they went late. But it was a very close one, so I do have to correct myself. Lixo are the second place as far as strongest team in the championships go, but Onletal will make sure to kill off Garbatil. And that's gonna be Gothic in exchange for that, so a 1-for-1, while Krolgash has to evacuate the top lane. Enigma still reigning supreme there. And Eva just doing his best to outfarm Onletal. Onletal though, he's going for the Mask of Madness, so at the very least his farming speed is going to improve and things are going to become easier.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The bottom tier 1, it's gonna get slammed through in no time with the Enigma army and Gyrocopter delivering that amazing right click damage. Bop, 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 and down goes the tower.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
With the smoke though. Uh-oh, GBC, my friend, you've just been baited by that rune, as out comes the Phoenix Egg. Snapfire trying so hard to get rid of it, but they just deny it. Tiny just comes in and says, nope. You cannot hit the Phoenix anymore, while Rayax instead takes a very clean deny using that superior attack animation. And speaking of superior attack animation, there's a reason why you find weapons on every battlefield. Point at the enemy's head, shoot it. Very good strategy from Rayax here. He is going to run into scaling issues at some point, but with that Shadow Blade, for now his main job is use Phoenix Axe in order to do damage and reposition.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright. The pressure is mounting, but at the very least Onletal is being given some farming space. Navi Jr., I'm glad that they're at least giving them a run for their money here.
Dire are scanning.
Teleports out over towards the bottom lane, where this wisdom should be forfeit, because it's not even 10 seconds on another Phoenix Egg. But Navi Jr., they do not have the vision there, so Onletal left in a dangerous position with the Icarus dive. Everybody does make sure to get back in time thanks to a little help from the Marcy, and the wisdom is going to get taken by Tiny regardless. Everybody evacuates from the side of Lixo. Well, this farming speed from the gyrocopter is only going to push the win rate further and further. Though pick-off kills are kind of a way to sway it. You gotta delay EVA, because EVA, look at him farm. He's almost gotten the Aghanim Scepter. He's going for the old school build, like the classic crits into Aghanim Scepter, which I still think is extremely great, but
Scanning.
well, they're trying to get some aggression going, but a scan from Na'Vi Jr. is going to reveal exactly where Lixo are positioned. This is how you play when you know the enemy already got a lead. Definitely some very well done and some very clean gameplay, as Sniper gets himself an amplified damage rune. As that's going to be another perfect save from the Marcy, even enabling these Mortimer's Kisses to fly on out, but they don't really hit as much as they should. Tiny instead D-wards, making sure that Shadow Fiend still cannot farm safely. As F, he even had to cancel his TP. Oh, this is getting rougher and rougher by the second on Lethal. I don't even think he's tilted, I think he's just really trying to farm, and his team and him aren't really communicating that well. This over leveled on a 4-position support Tiny. Let's just say that Avalanche Toss combo really hurts. Also, sorry if I'm yawning a little bit. I'm already getting a ton of caffeine in me, but this game, with this Unlethal Death, it's looking even more one-sided here. As Na'Vi Jr., they're just gonna lose out on so much space. Sniper has been dusted, immediately cancelled the dust. Though they did get Tiny as one return kill. Ray X makes sure to go for a beautiful grenade, and they can't kill him as well. SF, that's literally the one hero who's still alive, who if he dies, it's never worth a trade. Roshan dealt with. And that's gonna be 5 minutes of hell, because with this massive gold lead already being there, EVA can basically do whatever he wants, play however he wants.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
More push for the Gyro. There's no kind of rush. 4 more minutes of this where Shadow Fiend can't really do that much. Gothic at least is trying to open him up a little bit more of the map to farm, because that BKB is only over 1,000 gold away, but oh, it looks like they're gonna give up on the Tormentor in order to defend bottom, killing off the Marcy. And then go Tormentor anyways, because yeah, the Tormentor is spawning top, and there have been some attempts from Na'Vi Jr. to set up good vision and set up the ability to push around the top lane. With how fat both the sniper and the gyrocopter are, though, it's not gonna be enough as Axe gets himself a free Aghanim shard, this Tiny becoming ever scarier. Making sure his trees actually deliver like they should.
Radiant are scanning.
Rolling stone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top tier 2 melting in no time to the Eidolon firing squad. That's about half of the Aegis time gone for EVA. So another 2.5 minutes to last for Na'Vi Jr. to try and potentially crawl their way back into this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Also, chat, like, MMR is just a number. Because now people are asking, oh, how are Na'Vi Jr. getting this stumped when all of these players are roughly the same MMR in pubs? Like, everybody going into this new Lixo are the crowd favorite. I mostly hope that Na'Vi Jr. are able to put on a good show, which so far hasn't really been the case, but if you think that just the MMR number says how good you are as a player, rather than how good your hero pool is in the current patch, you're dead wrong. Because Na'Vi Jr., they have been struggling as a team for 3 seasons in a row. And then the patch dropped. And a lot of their go-to heroes like the Shadow Fiend became popular again. On Letal though, he's still gonna get killed, and that's the thing, you can be a great SF player. And if you're a great SF player on a high level, you're gonna have insane, and I mean truly insane degrees of win rate with Muerta, Shadow Fiend, Slark.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So, yeah, Na'Vi Jr., they are doing well in their pubs, but the problem is, S5, they can't just rely on an outdraft every time, because the few games where we do see Na'Vi Jr. outdraft a strong team that knows what they're doing, things look a lot different in this game. It's just that they usually don't get the outdrafts. They are not that good in drafting team versus team.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As once again the Marcy saves, making sure Bristle stays okay. Just barely not getting killed off by that cooldown, but the Silver Edge to break him is already such a thorn in his side as the mid tier 2 will perish. Aegis has been reclaimed. Marcy missing the dust by just a sliver as Sniper makes sure to run on out of there. And he definitely is not gonna squander this damage onto the Bristleback. Krollgash though is going to survive the break. Out comes a Phoenix ultimate, and yeah, Marcy with her own ultimate just completely ignores the egg. Gyrocopter reveals the BKB, gets everybody low health, but they now need the Sniper to finish them off, or else it'll have been a waste. However, Sniper, he's been having the freest game ever, so even with that stolen black hole, Ray X makes sure to deal with the Enigma, not taking out to that Searing Signet. Well, Not really a lot happening anymore. I am sorry that this game is a little bit of a stump, chat. I'm impressed that it's not yet decided, right? I'm impressed that Navi Jr. is still making Lixo with an almost 20k gold lead work for it a little. But this SF, even if he hits good ultimates, making a comeback isn't gonna be so easy.
This will come in handy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jump comes in, and with a little bit of help, all of the vision will be cleared out.
Dire's top tower is
Just
under
believe it or not, chat, Lixo, they don't even want to fight right now. Gyrocopter, he's gonna need to fight soon before he falls off. But if you consider just how rich he has been all game, then you will know falling off is just not an issue for him for the next 10 or so minutes at least. Even if he stops farming right now, he's still gonna be relevant for 5 minutes before his damage kind of stops hitting as hard as it does.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ray Axe going Maelstrom, and with the Maelstrom already farmed together half of a Hurricane Pike.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
And in comes initiation onto Krollgash. Finally something happening, ladies and gentlemen, but with the break, it is not gonna be much excitement as Bristleback is just executed from all directions. Ray Axe still just kind of maxing the impact and GPM he's getting out of the sniper of his, while Enigma threatening a massive black hole.
Invisibility.
As that's going to be Roshan opened up upon. And with Roche taking quite a beating, Sniper and Gyrocopter showing off their ridiculous damage. Gyrocopter though gets the Aegis as the contestation comes in just a little bit too late from Navi Jr. Navi Jr. They place Vision trying to take over this fight, but guess what? Out comes the black hole onto 4 people. GBC, can he do anything to counter this? It's not looking like it. While everybody else just perishes one by one. Shadow Fiend is trying to hold his own, but with a toss. It's GG. They probably aren't going to call it just yet, because Navi Jr., they really want to win, and they have been improving a lot by kind of fighting things to the end.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's
With the first tier 3 down, Gyrocopter and Sniper are gonna go to town, and it's not gonna take them long at all.
Dire's middle barracks
First lane of Raxus.
has fallen.
Let's see how reluctant Lixo feel at this point about the end of this game. Because I don't think it's very reluctant at all. EVA immediately working on the second tier. I got that Aegis. I am ready to end if you are. And they do try to lock him down. Immediately Satanic will be present. That's just from the Aghanim Scepter. Getting him back to half health, keeping him alive. Phoenix Egg will be dropped. But the egg drop not quite a success. At the very least it will let Gyrocopter respawn. And with the Gyrocopter respawning, Sniper is gonna be able to finish off on Lethal. EVA back to hitting the barracks.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
And Axe, he wants to toss somebody out of the base, but Marcy is expecting him. Instead, EVA kills off Hyuga, and with Hyuga dead, nothing they can do against all of this push. Out comes a two-man black hole from Enigma. At this point, that's just a flex, with Tiny revealing his Aghanim Scepter already done. Gotta love how Navi Jr. just refusing to call GG here, to the point where EVA even goes into the fountain to bully them some more. And that is gonna be Hyuga killed off. They are gonna get a return kill with Krolgash making sure to catch the Gyrocopter. But guess what? There's still a Silver Edge to help deal with the Bristleback. As Ray X, very low health, manages to get close enough to the SF to get the Dragon, the Hurricane Pike off, but it will not be enough to save him. On Lethal now very low though. Yeah, it's definitely GG. Credits for trying from the side of Navi Jr., really hoping that the Fountain Dive is big enough of a mistake to turn things around still. Navi Jr., they want to defend this one more time, catching up to the tiny Krolgash. Not really hitting that hard, but it's not like Tiny does any damage to him either. Tiny, though, deals a decent bit of damage to the Rubik, but will die for that as Krolgash, he wants more out of this. Phoenix, though, just says nope. Egg into Sunray to make sure no steal for the Rubik either. As Phoenix is full everything again, Bristleback will get denied the teleport attempt. Krolgash taking for percentage-based damage once again. Enigma, though, taking quite a beating with the Bristleback ultimate having been activated. Rubik misclicked. Lixo, they will teleport their Phoenix out as well. And Navi Jr., they're 30,000 behind at just 33 minutes, but at the very least their lead has kind of been, well, mitigated a little bit, I guess.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I don't know what hit him.
As there's another initiation attempted up the high ground. In comes a jump from the Marcy, enabling a beautiful ultimate on the Gyrocopter from the Shadow Fiend. EVA will die for that, while Ray X makes sure SF still dies, just ignoring the Bristle who's sitting on top of him. And there's the black hole onto the backlines. Phoenix comes in, so does the Sniper ultimate. Rubik, he steals the black hole, goes for a black hole of his own, but to what avail when Ray X is still perfectly positioned to hunt for more. And Krolgash, tanky and impossible to kill as he may be, he's being hunted after. As that's gonna be an extra kill onto Gothic, facilitated by Ray X. Ray X still trying to hold the man fight, as at this point he's just hitting the Ancient, and the Ancient is gonna pop. 36 minutes for a game that should have been over in 20, but honestly I enjoy it, because it goes to show that Navi Jr., they are improving for a reason, right? They are getting there bit by bit. Because yeah, they have high individual MMR, and I think if you tell Navi Jr., hey, you can pick any 5 heroes you want and they're gonna have good synergy, they would be a tier 1 team. I'm not even joking. Because it's not the individual skill level that they're failing at. And you saw it too, where Unlethal hit beautiful ultimates, and the follow-up wasn't there because they didn't communicate that Gothic was already feared away or stunned up in a corner. It's the big team play aspects where Navi Jr. still have a lot of improvement left to go, but they are getting better from patch to patch and a lot more reliable. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna head to a little bit of a break before game number 2 of the second best of 3 series of the tournament is gonna kick off here. Don't go too far, as it should be a short break. And yeah, we are gonna see whether Navi Jr. still have an ace up their sleeve, or whether Elixir are the better team, and that just sums up the series. I'll see you all after the break.
seconds remain. Radiant team ban.
Storm Spirit for our last ban. Wouldn't have been as fun as the Puck to watch, simply because of how well Puck both creates the space for the cast and transitions into being a second carry of his own.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Well,
Dire team
that's gonna be the Templar Assassin banned away. After a long while of hesitation, though so far I think it should be a 2-0. Like, Navi Jr., the draft isn't looking bad, but they didn't have a bad draft last game either, and it wasn't enough, right? So they don't just need a not bad draft, they need a good draft. Which I'm not sure if the last pick can just kind of pull that together and make that
5
work.
seconds remaining.
Only one way to find out, ladies and gentlemen.
Radiant team pick.
Bounty hunter.
As that's gonna be a last pick bounty hunter. Okay, so now this is super hit or miss instead, which I don't even mind. Like, chances are it's not gonna work out for Navi Jr., but if it does, then 25 minutes from now we're gonna be in game number 3. Ray X, however, gets given the Invoker, and I don't really know. Well, as we are ready to load on in, I like the Bounty Hunter particularly because of how well he goes against the Cass, right? Cass is a momentum-based hero that likes picking up a super early Desolator in the fashion of a Templar Assassin. So, chat, what do you think? Because I think, like, the 2-0 possibility is still looking very, very scary. EVA needs to be shut down, and Bounty needs a lot of track kills. Though there is a win condition.
Look out for fallen rocks.
Positive metal attitude.
Да нет, друг, я не оправдываюсь.
Well, More waiting inbound. I just hope this pause is gonna be worth it, because if they play like they did last game, then it should be at least Lixo struggling for it, if not me getting lucky and us getting the third game that I'm still hoping for. That Raquel is really not hoping for, because it will mean even less attention to her.
You were doing very well. I'm
Да
very
нет, друг,
proud of you.
я не оправдываюсь.
Ой-ой-ой, халепа.
Oh man, this pause is turning out boringly long. And so I guess we're still gonna be stuck waiting for a while longer. As of course we got ourselves that no boot centaur build.
Well, I tried. Bump.
No, and I have the sound bug. We're finally unpausing. And then it's I that gets hit by the package loss. Alright, we'll wait for the first blood to happen. And then when everybody heads to the lane, I'll do a really quick reboot. I was so happy that today everything went smooth on my end production-wise. As Bounty Hunter, still being sneaky, he broke the smoke onto 2, so everybody on the side of Lixo ought to know that he's nearby. Positioned very defensively, this could give Navi Jr. a good opportunity to go for a first blood here, which is what they're kind of hoping for, but Ray X on the Invokers, making sure to position himself very carefully. Is it gonna be a first blood happening? Nope, it is not. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, give me just 1 second. I'm gonna fix my sound. It's only going to take 1 relaunch of Dota. Sadly, there is a bit of a bug with unpausing nowadays. It'll not take long, though. You should be able to hear me as well still, on top of the music, while I fix everything. Almost good to go. Give me just a moment longer. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in again, and just in time for the first blood to happen, as Krollgash is gonna be the one made to suffer immediately here. EVA even got given the kill, so they make sure that Cass kind of gets the extra money from the last hit. Because one of those things I say every time Cass is picked, which is a lot in the current patch of course, is that he's momentum based. With this Cass hero you need to kind of make sure to stop his momentum as early as possible. Wait, Jakiro? People need to stop dying so far back. How did he even get got by Krollgash under the tower? Well, top is also gonna speed up though, so I'm gonna go back there in the hopes that at least we don't miss this kill. But X, he's brawling surprisingly well, actually creating space, healing through and turning it around. He is gonna die on that Tusk of his to the impalement art damage though. And with that Sunstrike coming in, it's still gonna benefit Navi Jr. by the end of things. So, Cass having that first blood gold is scary, but Navi Jr. kind of taking over the aggression, are getting themselves right back into this game immediately. Krollgash, though, takes a ton of damage from Cass, and now starts draining away his damage. Static Link, not that great against Cass, because he's always gonna have a way of breaking it. Like, even when you're chasing somebody down, you're gonna keep the parry ready, if nothing else. As Kaneki gets saved with a little bit of help from the Tusk. The Tusk is always ready.
You and me will... Look, I don't know which head to look at when I'm talking to you.
As over on bottom lane, Cass.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, he's enjoying way too good of a bottom lane right now. Of course, the trade-off for that is Bounty Hunter is inevitably gonna get that level 6. And with the level 6, he can then kind of start running away with the game, printing money for all of his teammates. But until Bounty gets level 6, Cass is always gonna be among the top last hitters, farming extremely freely. Gothic didn't run back straight away, but look at all of that damage he's taking from the Jakiro with a blood grenade coming out. Bounty Hunter, is the tango gonna be enough? Barely, thanks to the extra tower regen. If he wasn't on the tower there, he would have perished. That's the one thing I like about blood grenade. I think blood grenade is a crappy item. I do not like it and the way that it is handled. As Razor will get himself killed off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tusk also went down trying to kill Unletal. Unletal though, he owns this one Marcy. He's one of the better Marcy 1 players, and it's definitely not something new for Navi Jr. to be playing with. So he'll be fine, he'll go back to farming. While over on the bottom lane we're gonna see more fighting with Jakiro taking but also dealing a lot of damage. Tusk comes in to teleport, making sure to help out. As Bounty Hunter
Compliments of the Kazurai.
will be killed off. As that's going to be Krolgash once again taken down. Ray X this time around securing the kill just to make sure EVA doesn't even have to go drop low health on that Cass of his. Yeah, it's still looking very much like a 2-0. Let's see if win rate agrees with me. I was afraid of that. So, it's not guaranteed yet, but it's looking more and more like it's gonna be 2 stumpy games in a row.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wisdom gets contested. Krolgash is in a position to drain away EVA's damage, and EVA this time around he cannot break it simply because the stun is too intensive. He is running for his life though, with both of the Wisdoms having gone Navi Junior's way. Basically the best possible scenario still. If they could get this Cass it would be even better, but Cass, he's fine. He's even microing his courier so he doesn't get sniped. Kaneki meanwhile dies over on top lane, being left without a support for that long. And Marcy gets herself amazing Helm of the Dominator timing. Exactly what one would expect from Onletal there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How much longer till the bounty hunter level 6 is the real question. About 1.5 levels, fair enough.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Out comes a gank rotation from the bounty hunter trying to find himself Gabbard Lee. As that's gonna be Gabbard Lee ran after taking a lot of damage.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Jakiro making sure not to get got by Hyuga is going to be alright.
Is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And that's gonna be Garbadly killed off by Hyuga. EVA though will get the return kill. And that's gonna be Cass just slicing Krolgash into thin little discs. X at least goes down for that, so return kill for Navi Junior. And with that return kill they want to get more Cass. Echo slashing across to may even be able to turn around onto Gothic if successful. In comes Jakiro with a massive dual breath into the Ice Path. Cass still has one more heal on Letal, caught off guard by that, is going to go down to the damage over time, or no, he's got 12 regen a second. Helm of the Dominator way too OP with the 6 HP regen a second. Bounty Hunter did die for that. Onletal though is only now gonna get found with 2 supports rotating in hunting form. So a lot of resources had to be put into that Marcy. I think that's definitely a really good carry trade for the side of Navi Junior. I can show you guys the net worth. And you're gonna see Marcy at this point, her only mission is outfarm EVA. Make sure you get a lot richer than EVA. Cass running after Krolgash, dealing the utmost amount of pure damage. And Garbadly once again takes the kill while EVA just gets himself back, making sure not to take any follow-up damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Jakiro killed off, but he's not the valuable prize here. Gothic will go down, another kind of support, just making sure that the real cores aren't going to go out of position, though Bounty Hunter got the level 6. So if there's follow-up kills, every follow-up kill that isn't tracked is going to cost them money. Still, Navi Jr. keeping the gold at about a 50-50, but the win rate, it's already favoring the cast draft. And Chat is talking about how
Is under attack.
Marcy counters Cass. Yes, I would agree. Marcy is a really good Cass counter, but it's kind of the problem with counter-picking most carries this patch. It's not just about countering him, it's about countering the items he gets to counter you. Because Cass is definitely going to pick up some extra mobility for himself. As Jakiro, Avalanche, Toss, and bam! Goes down to a Wheel of Fortune. Follow up being enabled onto the Tiny. The Impalement Arts on Invoker will buy a little bit of time, but not enough to save GBC. Cass closing in on that Desolator already, which is going to make him so hard to deal with for both of the Razor and the Tiny.
Invisibility.
Marcy over on top lane. As a team fight is brewing, things can happen.
The dusk is always ready for a fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Three-man smoke from Navi Jr. They know all they need is a good pickoff or two to print some track money, and they're right back where they need to be.
Dire are scanning.
Four-man smoke as that Wisdom is about to spawn, but this time around they're not gonna make the same mistake Lixo already, or are they? Getting jumped by a Marcy. The Macropyre will come out a little bit late, and the snowball is gonna be there perfectly timed. Both of the Wisdoms will go the way of Navi Jr. as Lixo. Get a 2-for-2 trade, but with that being track kills, it still really doesn't benefit them that much. Both money and XP wise, Navi Jr. just massively won the race there.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
And that's gonna be the tier 3 tower, the tier 1 tower falling to 3 people grouped up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, the win rate, it's still painting a super one-sided picture, and the main reason as to why is EVA is on top of net worth, and with this Desolator already basically free farming completely uncontestedly.
Radiant are scanning.
As Jakiro He really wants to deward, but he's got a lingering suspicion that it's gonna cost his life. And just look at the hesitancy from Garbetly. Little does he know that hesitancy just saved his life twice. As he throws out the macro pyre. It's not gonna be 3 times though. Mid tier 1 now burned to a crisp.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
All the while, Lixo, they're still pushing. They're still making sure that Ray X as well as EVA are getting money and farming. As that's gonna be Unlital killed off. 2 teleports coming in, but with the perfect ice shards from X have to be cancelled. That's a carry kill as well. That's exactly the kind of kills that Lixo are currently lacking.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All the while, Invoker on the bottom lane will get caught farming by 3 people as well. On mid, Jakiro tracked up, but just getting a little bit harassed, just getting some of his money stolen by the bounty.
Top tower has fallen.
Definitely not a worthwhile trade for this top tier 2, which will crumble easily. And look at that Unlital. He was denying the runes with the Helm of the Dominator creep, but he's gonna lose one of the runes and the Helm of the Dominator creep to Axe.
Dire's top tower.
Good awareness of the bounty runes though. Most support players would just kind of forgot about them the moment you think the enemy may have them.
Thanks. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Teleports out. As Navi Jr., they just need a good initiation. They just need that 3-fold track kill. And Bounty Hunter makes sure to blink himself back, does not want to be caught out of position. Or not blink, wait, how did he get back? Well, either way. Oh, it was a blink from Tiny into the toss, that makes sense.
Dire
Either way though, Navi Jr., they want to initiate one good team fight on their terms. That's what they're looking for right now. Navi Jr. still not having found an initiation, instead have to go looking elsewhere. It's gonna be another one of those really slow, really methodical games here. As we're gonna see a group up. And that's gonna be a grasp onto the Centaur Warrunner. Centaur Warrunner, this is the second time we see him die at the start of a fight without being able to press that ultimate. When his team would have very much liked his ultimate for this initiation, but they will just jump Hyuga, make sure the save from the Ringmaster has been removed. 20 minutes, the Tormentor is there. Navi Jr., can they get it fast enough? Do they even want to try? In comes the initiation onto the Razor. Razor saved by the Marcy, though that will break his damage steal. EVA does not have the damage himself, even with the BKB to kill off people when they're not out of position though. And Garbetly, look at that magnificent ice path, dual breath onto 3, just making space as he is guaranteed to go down. Tormentor, it's still up, but Navi Jr., They need to contest it now with the last bit of Eye of the Storm. And they will get it. Is this finally gonna make a dent in the win percentage? No, not according to the Dota 2 gods. Dota 2 says Kess is way too strong in the late game, he's still not falling off. We're gonna see about that, because I do think that he desperately needs himself a little bit of extra damage output.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tiny got scouted out by the illusion. This could be some bad positioning for Na'Vi Jr., who are going to be forced to press the Guardian Greaves on their Razor before the fight even starts. Out comes a massive Cataclysm from the Invoker with the Aghanim Scepter. And Na'Vi Jr., if they can get Garbetly, it would already be one huge track kill, but nope. Instead, EVA comes on in on the Cass, and Tiny blinks exactly the second the Ice Path comes out. That is so rough. Cass now got an ultra kill. Do you see the difference that just a small Crystallis makes? Over at the top lane, when they were trying to get this Tormentor, all of the resources, all of the plays from Lixo just weren't enough. Everybody was low health, but nobody was dying. This time around though, Cass got the crits, and this time around he gets himself a full-blown rampage. Will immediately start chopping through Roshan.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Invo still farming up where he can.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Bottom tier 1 is gonna go down while everybody else still holding their own.
The dusk is always ready for a fight.
Tusk ended up breaking. So this smoke, like, they grouped up to smoke, and before I could even go there with my camera and comment, Tusk already broke the smoke and instantly died. That's kinda rough, though it happens to the best of them. Ray X still making sure to farm on up a whole bunch, while Jakiro is now running for his life, making the space to do so.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Well, yet another shot to get Cass yet another rampage. Or alternatively to get him chain stunned up and watch Krollgash eat all of his damage.
Dire are scanning.
Ringmaster over on the bottom lane tries to get a catch with the wheel for Unletal to turn around, but Unletal, he presses the BKB, having full faith in his support, realizes the wheel does nothing and perishes. Tiny gets caught as well. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid today is gonna be a rather stumpy day. At the very least, we do have a best of 3 starting in like an hour and 5 minutes or whatever from now.
Middle tower has fallen.
As EVA.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's just baiting somebody into the Raptor dance. With that really big heal, he can get so much value if people don't expect it.
Middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom tier 2 gets punched a bunch. EVA though runs out of there, still on fire, and will be able to disengage.
Under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
Bottom tier 2 dead, and with the bottom tier 2 that Invoker is gonna get initiated on defensive Cataclysm, just trying to get as many people off of him as possible. Everybody is low, nobody is dying though except for X on the task. Where is Cass when you need him? Well, he was grabbing his courier real quick to make sure he has even more damage for the next team fight. Cass gets the Aegis reclaimed. Alright, that's like a 4 or 5 minute window for Na'Vi Jr. to try and just kill him once. Just get that all important comeback kill. That's all you really need to do.
Radiant are scanning.
Helm of the Dominator still doing work from Kaneki, as Kaneki is gonna lose that Dominator creep. We're gonna see another initiation, this time around on a Bounty Hunter. Cass forced to BKB just to outrun the damage drain, and that's a lot of damage taken away from him by the time he finally tries to turn around on the Razor. Wanted to double parry, instead he gets double BKB'd. Na'Vi Jr., beautiful surprise, making sure that Lixo, they never see that double BKB coming. And yeah, Cass, he was panic mode.
Dire are scanning.
Invoker once again defensively turning things around with the Cataclysm. This time around he's gonna get GBC for it. Taking the kill as a little bit of a souvenir. Unletal though opting for his Skull Basher. He's gonna be able to answer Cass even with the BKB on. Hyuga? He was still caught on the bottom lane while the rest of his teammates went back. May have wanted to place a ward there, or just hoping to break a smoke to prevent this exact smoke gang from happening.
Radiant are scanning.
And there's gonna be a catch onto Onletal. Onletal, no batter just yet, means no way of defending himself against EVA, who didn't even have to press the BKB for that. And with the BKB still available, is definitely gonna try to get more, as that's gonna be GBC killed off. Ding ding ding, and goes the Tusk with the taunt.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah. One more team fight, the most that Navi Jr. have in them, and unless it's a perfect fight, it's probably gonna be the last, as out comes the Cataclysm, killing off Hyuga, making sure that Gothic goes down. I like Navi Jr.'s draft a lot better in the second game. And I do agree that picking the Cass into the Marcy is a really bad move, but I don't think Cass against Marcy has bad enough of a game that you can justify making the Marcy the one position.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
One final lane of frags. Navi Jr. 5 seconds till they have their full team back. But do any of them have an answer to, at the very least, just 6 seconds of BKB time from the Cass? Tiny goes in, avalanche toss on the Jakiro. Cass, unable to press the BKB, is gonna get punched down from behind by the Marcy. Out comes a Centaur Warrunner ultimate to make sure everybody else can back away. Invoker, BKB, teleport out, but X on the Tusk is still gonna get caught.
Dire's top
This reminds me of last game, where it's over, Lixo are trying to end, and Navi Jr. then start defending good.
Radiant are scanning.
Krogash, not quite caught, but Centaur really wants the kill. Instead, he gets a BKB press, though. So, still a good consolation prize, knowing that that is on cooldown for a while, at the very least if he can get out. Which he will. Ray X, Invis, going into the bottom lane. As Aegis goes the way of Onletal, and bam! Immediately gets taken down. Let's see if they can get value out of this Aegis fight, because Navi Jr. they really need to. Ray X would be that value if they were to kill him, but in comes the Centaur with the Workhouse Horse, putting Invoker on the little cart and giving his Cass a chance to go on in. Raptors dancing across 3. Triple kill for Cass. Invoker finally dies. But that's basically everyone on Navi Jr.'s side except Gothic. As the GG gets called. Gothic, he goes hands off, but they want that second rampage for Cass. They just gave EVA the perfect Cass game, and they need to absolutely flex with it. Wonderfully played. As, yeah, Lixo, we all expected them to be the stronger team here. Navi Jr. though, I do think their drafting is the weakest part still. Game number 1 it was horrendous. Game number 2 this draft is alright, but I wouldn't say it's great. It still feels like the Bounty Hunter pick was decided on a little bit too late, right? If they had planned, if they went ahead of time, like, oh hey, if we go for a Bounty Hunter draft and maybe pick one more greedy hero, things could have gone better. I don't know. Like, I love Onletal's Marcy 1, and he showed why he gets picked Marcy 1 a lot. It just didn't quite end up being enough. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that we are gonna head to quite a decent bit of a break here, as it's gonna be another 1 hour break for me to make some food before the final game of the day is going to kick off here at the European Pro League. I'll see you all for the final best of 3 in an hour. Make sure you stay tuned. Thanks for watching and peace out. Have a great one. final best of 3 of the day. Hopefully a little bit of a more climactic one, as it has been 2 pretty rough storms. And the drafts, they're coming to an end here. Though I like that LevelUp, they've actually done their homework, banning out the sniper.
Dire team ban.
Well, as far as the draft goes so far, I know who I'm siding with, but nothing's decided just yet, right? Like, a lot can still happen, especially as far as the draft goes. With the Lifestealer being banned, which I am very sad about. Lifestealer, he's just like Slark. Both of those heroes I love, and they both win me a ton of free MMR. But both of those heroes you either don't see picked, or you see them instant picked with 0 in between.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Lina gets banned out. Makes sense. I don't like Lina that much, but as a like Huskar counter, she's really good, and that's the one reason why everybody kind of picks that up.
Radiant team pick.
It's gonna be a Mars last pick for the side of Dogsent. Alright, I don't like this team that much, but the team fight, like the 5-man, is still really insane. So they got something. They are doing this with a thought behind it and with kind of a rhyme and reason to it. LevelUp, they got plenty of time left. I just don't think their draft is that good. Like, it's not bad, but it doesn't have any solutions to 5-man teamfight synergy, right? You got a snowball. You got a snowball and the Centaur ultimate, that's it. That's somehow gonna be enough to save the teamfights, at least right now. LevelUp, 25 seconds, they gotta make this count, but they need so much out of their last pick. Like, you need a mid laner that can deal with tanky heroes, that can not lose this lane against Huskar.
Choose your hero.
It's gonna be a Morphling. Not quite what I was expecting, I'll tell you that much. Well, we're about to load on in, and it's gonna be Malin taking the Wind Ranger with Kempic, locking in Morphling. So, I think I'm gonna go with Dogsent, but I'm not sure, because Flockin on that Huskar, playing Cauterize, of course, just like all Cauterize Huskars, he's gonna fall off. He's gonna start struggling more and more the longer the game goes. As ladies and gentlemen, we are not just loaded in, but this time around without a 0-minute pause facing us. We're gonna jump into the action shortly. I'm very much looking forward to see whether this last second Morphling 1 and Wind Ranger mid is gonna make the difference. Because Wind Ranger, like most mid lane rangers with mid, is going to take that kill shot, of course.
Seconds to battle.
Both teams currently smoked up aggressively, but kind of separating. The smokes are gonna break in the top lane where everybody is gonna run out of here.
The battle begins.
2 for 2 bounties, and it looks like despite this 3-man gank rotation, you can see Son of Shore and Otto already head off into the lane. Make sure that the most they can do is ruin your creep equilibrium. Make sure your carry doesn't farm. It should be once again a quiet laning stage at least, which, given that this is the last best of 3 we have for the day before the EPL, is gonna go to a little bit of a break. You can check our schedule on Liquipedia. I really want there to be at least one really action-packed series, right?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I don't think so.
While that is going on, Monodrama trying to wrap around and get a good go onto Atuf, as Atuf is still low, but I think he knows what's coming. Atuf managing his resources really well though. He's not having that much impact as a level 1 clockwork, but that's something that one would expect. Just making sure you don't die against this Morphling and you get to the point where you actually have the resources to get on top of him is already gonna be massive.
I don't think so.
Malin may have messed up, but it's only level 1 burning spear, so instead Flocken needs to make sure not to get power shotted for it. Both of them are gonna be okay instead. And that's gonna be a rotation in from Loopsy, making sure that Malin is not gonna run out of farming space. Flocken still holding his own very well on that insanely hard to kill Huskar, but Tusk just freely wrapping around, yoinking the rune.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Not even yoinking the rune. He wants to make sure Malin can take his time and get a bottle refill instead. This is a very long time that Norma is just left alone in the lane. All the while, Viper still free farming. Monodrama comes in, tries to get a good go at Dogsent.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So right now it is indeed looking like the... Wait, over on top. Okay, that's just Norma being ran after. Norma, though, caught out of position and is gonna be forced to TP. But as I was saying, the side of LevelUp, they actually have a lead just because Morphling is stabilizing his lane. You can see the gold lead is very small. The win rate lead is also just constantly jumping back and forth. But basically what that's supposed to tell us is that if Morphling, like every moment of time he's given, the win rate is gonna improve for the side of LevelUp. Whereas for Dogsent, it's kind of the opposite. They already know that their Viper is gonna farm nicely. The Predator passive alone guarantees that. The question is, what upside does having this Viper as their one position get them? And, well, the answer, I guess, is a lot of lane aggression, but the glimpse is gonna be dodged, and out comes a very defensive snowball. Son of Shore overstepped a little bit, but I don't think he could have taken down Loopsy either way there. Because, yeah, this Viper needs to do something that no other carry can to really be worth picking, right? Auto. Killed off by Jakiro, though Jakiro will be dying for that monodrama. He took the first blood, exactly the kind of lead that LevelUp were looking for. As Norma needs to be a little bit careful, but... do they have the damage? Now it is maximum poison attack stacks and a blood grenade. This should be enough. Norma will accept his fate, will double edge down the clockwork. Did end up dying to a snipe from the Wind Ranger around the corner, though, as Flocken makes sure to kill Loopsy for that, but Loopsy is not the one you're supposed to kill. Malin is. Malin, however, on the Wind Ranger is now going 2 for nothing. Already kicking off with a huge lead here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Wait, Mars? Mars just died to a Morphling. Alright. Not quite supposed to happen. But I guess on the other hand, LevelUp are really happy that this fight in the mid lane also isn't gonna happen. Cause Huskar got an ultimate, he's holding a skill point. But with everybody backing off, there will not be somebody yeeting themselves in just yet. As Atuf, trying to deward this mid lane, does not realize that everybody comes home from that little top rotation where between the tag team and the focus fire, there's nothing he can do to resist that much physical damage. Norma, though, caught off guard over on top lane, and once those slows start to be amassed on the Centaur War Runner, he can do nothing to defend himself. Final right click from the Viper. Son of Shore really abusing the early game tempo and pressure that Viper is known to apply. Monodrama. Not long for this world. Will go down to Flocken. If Otto can live, it would be worth it, but Tusk, he just decides to snowball in, knowing they have no more stuns, will immediately teleport out. Very clean gameplay from LevelUp. Win rate wise, they are now super favored to win this, simply because Morphling has 0 deaths, not a single one. And while Viper is winning his lane really hard, And on top of net worth, Viper is supposed to win his lane that hard. Morph just going to focus on AFK farming from here on out from the looks of it, while Flocken and Godkid are trying to hunt down Malin. Malin will get pinned to the wall of the arena. And just a little bit more damage. Godkid is gonna be the one securing the kill, which I don't think he's mad about, because SMR's Blink Dagger at a good time can make such a difference.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Morphling farming up with the Vladimir is now always gonna be at full health and scaling. But yeah, you see what the Morphling is getting up to, so if you wonder how the 70% win rate came to be despite the fact that Dogsent still have an absolute raid boss of a carry, it's as simple as you haven't stopped bottom lane. Double teleport in towards the bottom lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Every coin helps.
Slow pushing this
Radiant's bottom tower is
tier 1 tower. It's not really amounting to much without the Aghanim shard there from the Viper. Jakiro does decide to come on in and try to fix things as Mars. Focus fire tag team just too strong, but the amplified damage rune definitely didn't help. Son of Shore meanwhile gets a taste of his own medicine by the Morphling, and with Morphling poison attacking the Viper, Viper is gonna be the one dying. Disruptor definitely dead. Campig just absolutely abusing this Viper carry. Son of Shore was the one person who was having a good game on the side of Dogsent too, because Huskar wasn't doing horrible, but he wasn't doing great either, right? Just kind of 50-50 game for him.
tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Over on top though, Monodrama accidentally runs into 3. And while Viper isn't doing a lot of work just yet, Godkid definitely is. 2 on 2 on the Mars. Making sure he's constantly involved in those brawls to make his team some space. Really just trying to play the tempo. In comes a beautiful hook shot. And there's Disruptor for the follow-up. They wait out the Wind Run, set the Wind Ranger on fire, but Atuf, he did not expect Campig's Morphling to be there. Morphling instead takes down the Clockwork. Loopsy dies for it, but Otto is gonna get right-clicked down, and so will Flocken. Yeah, this is gonna be over soon. Because this was the time frame where you could have killed Morphling, right? And here's kind of the start of the time frame, just 7 or 8 minutes, where Morphling suddenly becomes a really hard target to gank. Which is where we are at now. Because Campik, even though he's doing the typical only 2 points and attribute shift thing, he actually has over 1,000 of a gold lead ahead of Viper. The game absolutely quieted down. This is not good for the side of Dogsent. Dogsent, they have Viper going for a Blade Mail. So we are going to see this Viper opt for a very early, very aggressive build, which I actually kind of like. No teamfight coming out just yet, but guess what? The push towards the Roshan pit is happening with everybody kind of in position to make it happen here.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Teleport away from the centaur while this 4-man smoke from Dogsent. They're trying to find this one Mars arena to win them a teamfight. Malin almost got caught, but thanks to his Jakiro showing, people were a little distracted. Oh no. I mean, Monodrama, he still dies for this, but oh no. There was 2 really good arenas, but they did not have vision there, so they didn't know when to jump.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Morphling still escalating. Viper doing his best to keep pace, though with that Blade Mail you would much rather be farming heroes instead of creeps right now. Flocken survives the focus fire. In comes a hookshot, in comes a 2-man spear to punish, and that's gonna be Jakiro instantly deleted from the map, as now Malin almost suffers a similar fate, but not quite thanks to the snowball. The moment he comes out of it, he burns to a crisp. And speaking of burning to a crisp, I kept talking about how they need to stop the Morphling. Finally they do, and the moment they do, it's massive. Campik taken down. Huskar able to keep himself alive for now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Mid tier 1 also dying, is now at Tooth, trying to run after Norma. And that's going to be Huskar focused first. Tooth may not have been the initiation that he wanted, as after Malin has died that second time just now, they make sure to all kind of keep Wind Ranger protected and in the back, paying a lot more attention to the currently main carry. And I know Wind Ranger is the mid laner, but Morphling hasn't started carrying the game just yet, right? Roshan dying extremely quickly. In comes the contest with the hook shot. Oh no. That looked perfect, minus the time that Clockwork has to travel. If the hook shot hitting instead of the Clockwork hitting was the stun, they would have had the Aegis. Like this though, Dogsent are gonna be with their back against the wall as their carry gets ran down by a BK beat up Malin Wind Ranger, who needs to be very careful now, forces the Disruptor ultimate and gets a Wind Run plus Centaur ultimate to try and stay alive. No way! Good, they get Malin. That would be such an undeserved TP. Purely gambling everything on a 1 in 10 chance that they don't see him in time. Well, 2k gold lead. The win rate though, not really wavering that much. The biggest drop in the win rate, like the biggest chance of a comeback we saw, was this Morphling dying once. And that's the only time Kempik has died all game. That's just kind of where the issues arise. Kempik still hugging the corner. And that's a beautiful Mars Arena onto 2. Monodrama will be taking out as Morphling. Nice Manta style to keep himself alive as Flocken. This time around, he's gonna be the one targeted up by Malin. Kempik will be dying the first time. His Tusk, though, already buying back, knowing full well Morphling has another Aegis ready to go. And thanks to Viper being caught out of position, he doesn't even need to morph back in order to deal damage. Mars, beautiful TP escape. Loopsy will ping, hey guys, he teleported here, don't chase. But they do not go here for the kills, they go here for this all-important Tormentor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
After that Tormentor, the game significantly slowed down as Dogsent. They can't forever slow down the game, their Huskar is just not gonna have the late game for that.
Every coin helps.
Centaur Warrunner making sure to just kind of carefully push with the Helm of the Dom. Does not want to get involved himself too much. And there's a go on to Otto. Otto, though, he gets blown up so fast. I don't even think that was worth the wait for them to go. But the current goal of this mission is to get Kempik a lot of free farm. And Kempik, well, he is still free farming, so I guess you could say that this is currently a success.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Teleports out over towards the bottom lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's
Bottom tier 2 done as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid and top lane both getting pushed in.
Dire are scanning.
So we're now at the point where Wind Ranger, her damage is gonna go down and down and down, and it's kind of up to the Morphling to compensate for that.
Dire's top tower is under
And while that means a lot of pressure is up on Kempik, as for Flocken, it means his damage is just gonna go down without any means to really compensate, without any means to catch up that hard. Four-man smoke out from the side of Dogsent. They are not done yet.
scanning.
But it looks like everybody is taking those twin gates and getting out of there. Dogsent, their official team's representation is watching this. Shoutouts in chat, by the way. Always appreciate seeing people that represent the teams in chat. So they better not mess up this gank onto Malin, but Malin... Yes, the BKB and the Wind Run will press both of those. Get out of there. Making it look easy. Keep in mind, it is a mid lane Wind Ranger. Even though Malin has been playing like he's the carry for the last 20 minutes,
Top tower is falling.
he is making space. He is doing his job.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As the tier 3 already being pushed pretty hard.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I like the proactive use of the Helm of the Dominator. If you build that item, you should get maximum value out of it. Otherwise, it's really not that good. Top tier 2, however, will be pushed down, and Morphling goes to town on the mid tier 2.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's
Roshan, up in 50 seconds. They don't know exactly when it is up, but they're camping this area.
has fallen.
With 40 seconds on the clock, however, they are gonna get impatient as this bottom lane is exposed to morphing everything in strength. Waveforms Huskar out of position, but a Disruptor ultimate will keep things balanced. Morph Illusion manages to get out of there, while Centaur Warrunner will be the first one to teleport back. Kind of baiting people to go onto him, but it's not gonna happen.
I have bunching for you. Incoming.
No initiation just yet, but everybody is ready. They are coming in with the sneaky smoke breaking on top of the Huskar. Huskar, a great target to start the team fight off with. Flocken goes down to Campic as out comes the Morph BKB. Son of Shore running for his life. In comes a beautiful stun from the Wind Ranger though, and Morph, he's clearly not a Mars player, or he would have hit that arrow at a more diagonal angle like this. Though clearly he doesn't even need it with how fat Campic is.
It's under attack.
The second tier 3 is being opened up on it. It is falling extremely freaking fast.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
One lane of Rex remains, and only because this top tier 2 is still standing. Though, as you can see, the creeps are already working on it, already making sure to slowly but surely deprive everyone of their space.
The dog is always ready for a fight.
As that's going to be Roshan gone on with the tag team and Morphling's insane firing speed.
Dire's top tower is
Norma realizes people are trying to contest him, will get this clockwork even mid jetpack flight. No jetpack joyride for Atuf, only suffering. While the Disruptor ultimate being completely ignored thanks to the BKBs, and everybody will teleport out. Campic though, he died to Godkid, so with Godkid dead, the Aegis will be finished off by Flocken. Ladies and gentlemen, is this gonna be enough for them to make a comeback? It doesn't get much better than an Aegis, right?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Every coin helps.
In comes another hookshot initiation, catching Malin with that amplified damage rune, while his teammates still pulling up behind him and getting in position. Malin will be left at very low health by the time he enters the snowball. Yeah, Tusky may be a really good hero, especially if Loopsy keeps hitting those snowballs. But against damage over time from not just the Huskar, who doesn't really scale that well, as I've mentioned repeatedly, but this Viper, who's about as online as it gets, is becoming more and more of a problem. Otto, he glimpses back Campic, but Campic, he kills out the support before being glimpsed back.
Radiant are scanning.
Morph. He still feels like a raid boss, but in that last team fight we saw that the moment BKB ends, he needs to be careful. The moment BKB ends, his life is basically being upheld by a single golden sliver.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Top lane pushing in really hard, but Morphling makes sure to micro his courier to go and buy this Eye of Skadi that he's going for. So Kempik, he risked it all for a Skadi. Is it gonna be worth it? As that's going to be an initiation. Morphling though still alive. And a tooth goes down to Monodrama. God Kid also taken down. They cannot deal with the Morphling this time. Kempik, he comes out of the BKB, and the moment that BKB ends, you can see everybody on Dogsent trying to repeat what they pulled in that last team fight and kill the Morphling. But this time around, before the BKB even was ended, Morph had already pressed his attribute shift. So a massive game change there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Malin doesn't even care anymore. He just wants this game to end if nobody's gonna buy back to stop him.
Dire's middle tower.
So, one tier 4 dead.
Dire's middle tower.
Second tier 4 shortly about to follow, but instead they bait out the fortification while Morphling pushes down the last tier 2.
Dire's top tower. Dire's middle tower has
15 seconds till Mars is back with the arena. No mega creeps just yet. They still stand a chance on Dogsent. Just because LevelUp are a little nervous, have realized quite late that Kempik can in fact die and need to prevent that from happening one more time. As the team fight not quite kicking off just yet. Morphling caught and rendered ethereal. In comes a beautiful hookshot to try and punish Kempik. Kempik getting knocked back and forth. He deals way too much damage, does not even care for the cogs. As that's gonna be Clockwork dead, that's gonna be Viper dead. God Kid is gonna die after, but yeah. They should have buyback before. Son of Shore is going to call the GGs in chat, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, good game indeed, as I was not expecting it from LevelUp. I do think LevelUp had a significantly worse draft. Oh, my Dota crashes. Well, that's great. But yeah, I'm gonna finish my rant regardless while you guys look at a black screen. It should not take too long as we are gonna hop into the next lobby. But as I was saying, I think the draft was exponentially better for the Viper and for the side of Dogsent here. But the problem is the execution. You can outdraft your enemies so hard and not gank the Morphling in the lane. And Morphling, if you don't gank him, he's gonna win the game. That's just how the hero works. There was one attempt to kill him, and then they just didn't get a kill and all walked away. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are gonna go to a bit of a break here at the European Pro League Season 35 before we got ourselves the next game kicking off between LevelUp and Dogsent. initiation is just such a shame for the side of Level Up that they get it once they don't have the damage output anymore and their SF is already dead. Jakiro will get killed, and that's gonna be the chance Dogsent have been looking for to hit high ground objectives.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Defend of the pause. Oh yes, Otto, I feel you. I'm already like rescheduling evening plans. Well, I got my evening plans cancelled. I hope everybody is happy now. Because every time, like every single freaking time, 3 times in a row this has happened. And it's never to play Dota, it's never because, oh no, unexpectedly, it goes to a super close 70-minute game. Ah, great. This is gonna be a 30-minute game with like 45 minutes of pause time. At least the unpause is finally coming out. And it's once again breaking my freaking audio, but I don't even care anymore. We're finishing this, ladies and gentlemen, as it should be over soon enough. Once again, don't blame my computer, don't blame the players, blame Dota. Like, this is an issue that everybody is faced with. We have the exact same issue happening in, like, Tier 1 leagues and Dream League and what have you. It's all client issues. Sadly, us small Tier 2 leagues, we don't have massive budgets to throw at this whenever a problem happens, right? Because I wouldn't mind just kind of checking the highlights of the current game whenever we're paused, that sort of thing. I also really hope that the final team fight of the game, at the very least, that's what I'm afraid it's going to be. But that the final team fight of the game is going to turn out worth the wait, as Kempik gets the smoke broken. I doubt it. He's running for his life. He has the BKB, but he did not see that shackle fly in time to press it. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's the hard carry once again going down with basically no backup and no protection. We're gonna see everybody from Level Up just kind of wait, just kind of hope that their Shadow Fiend can peacefully respawn for another Mars Arena to come out. And over on the bottom lane, Storm Spirit does his best to just kind of contest his own jungle. But Tiny is meanwhile yoinking away all of his farm. And honestly, my main issue this game is Malin. Because, not that he played bad, but even if you play a good Storm Spirit, if you lose your Galvanizers early and you're not able to farm, then you can play a good Storm Spirit and you're still gonna die. You're still not gonna have enough resources. Over on top lane, Mars still keeping the lane pushed, still making sure SF has the time not just to respawn, but to actually farm these souls back. Though, when you're playing Lasting Presence, it feels bad. Well, over on bottom lane, nothing is really happening other than them making sure to once again farm as much of the map as Dogsent are able to farm. Level up, take a mid tier 1 tower, knowing that those don't have backdoor protection and are now trying to reclaim their bottom lane. As Dazzle, Shallow Graved himself. He's the one tanking all of the gank though, so I don't really think it's gonna result in much more as Huskar. Okay, I cast as cursed him. That's 100% on me. Cause Dazzle Shallow Grave on himself and self-sacrifice like that, perfect play. However, the Huskar going down means not just fresh galvanizers for the Storm Spirit, who still has 9 seconds left on his BKB, but also a bump in the XP. You can see that little bump in XP here, and immediately the win rate is going to be affected by at least 5%. Bottom tier 1 tower also gets pushed in with the SF, with the Storm Spirit doing pretty much their best. Well, without the sound, you can realize just how quiet this game actually has been the full 31 minutes. Though I do think the frequent pauses are a reason for that, right? Because that's disorienting to the players. That kind of takes them out of the what are we doing again kind of moment. Everybody is gonna back off, defend their base instead of initiating into this triangle though. Level up, they want to come back against Dogsent here so badly, but Dogsent, they have the Black Hole, they have the BKB and Blink Dagger. All the tools are there. One black hole to rule them all, says the side of Dogsent. Trying to go in and catch Monodrama as Tiny goes for an avalanche toss, and there's the black hole making sure that Malin dead, and so is Norma. Both of them have their buybacks, but that was an excellent use of the black hole, because now guess what? They're gonna find a bonus kill onto the Ancient Apparition. Monodrama is just gonna have to cut the creep wave. Kempik splitting the map and farming where it is safe for him to farm, but Dogsent, they're coming for this high ground. They're willing to send some dogs right back at this Radiant base, though Monodrama did get killed off by Godkit. Godkit was not expecting him to have a super fat Chempic SF as his backup. It is gonna be one return kill, technically no ownage. But I don't think that alone is gonna be enough to enable Chempic to defend the base here. He does have a Silver Edge. No buybacks are gonna be used, as what's one lane of Rex when you've already been playing with one lane of Rex down for this long. But gold-wise, and more importantly tankiness-wise, because look at Son of Shore, even he has more than 3,000 health at this point. It's just gonna become so hard to kill anyone on the side of Dogsent. SF is the main damage deliverer. Once he falls off, things are gonna be an absolute disaster. As SF gets a beautiful 3-man ultimate, Avalanche toss from the tiny BKB out from the SF in response. And out comes a beautiful ball lightning from the Storm Spirit. No Wind Ranger for 80 seconds is the biggest issue though. Because Wind Ranger, she's still 80% of everybody's damage on the side of Dogsent. Dogsent are so close to ending this game, but yet again a disastrous team fight from the side of LevelUp finds them. And this is the worst one yet, because guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Roshan is alive, and he's not yet in the pit. Because I guess he has to walk, but there he is. Arriving just in time for the SF. If they had vision here, if they knew this was happening, I can promise you right now all of Dogsent would be buying back and contesting. It is such an easy contest, it is such a free fight, but they don't have the vision, they don't know that this Roshan is going on until it's too late. Now I feel bad for the Dogsent representative in our chat, hyping them up and doing his due diligence. Shout out always, I have nothing but the utmost respect for organization support staff. I've done my fair share of that, but it must be such a pain to watch, right? Imagine the team that literally pays your paycheck is trying so hard to end the game and finds one bad team fight after another. Also, shoutouts to the one guy in chat who thinks I should be held liable for every single bet. I get that this stream isn't really that professional. I'm sorry for that, but it is the first day of the tournament. And as you can see, the technical issues have been on the player side, not on mine. As I'm just kind of, you know, doing my best to do my job and help out. But if I say somebody has the better draft, that's not a promise that somebody is actually gonna execute that draft at all. This is tier 3 Dota, half of the games that people get outdrafted really hard. The team that outdrafts them isn't able to end the game in time. Which, speaking of, to get back to this game on our hands, that's the exact thing that could happen at any moment to Dogsent if they're not careful. And if you're wondering why they only go out of the base as 5, why they always smoke with Enigma kind of in the back so that he can hit those black holes, it's because they know just how quickly this game can get away from them. Shadow Fiend losing his Aegis is a very nice start. And that's gonna be Storm Spirit taunted up by the Huskar, also taken down. Enigma. Oh no, that was a black hole. I know we didn't hear it, but that was not just the Midnight Pulse, that was the black hole. With the black hole whiffed, we're immediately gonna see Tiny die for that. Monodrama, he realizes he's already dead. just kind of accepts his fate and tries to enable his team for a turnaround with the Mars Refresher. Shadow Fiend needs to make sure to keep them in the arena, not to be hit, and Kempik gets the ultimate off. Son of Shore with the Invis. The time it takes for the dust to come out is long enough to kill the SF. Massive, as Huskar will kill off Norma. But ladies and gentlemen, the game is still not over. It's still anyone's game, because SF has buyback and Windranger doesn't now. But Loopsy, he once again goes for the Blink sacrifice on the Huskar, manages to get the kill on the Huskar with the ultimate, as it is a 10k gold lead still, but the gold alone doesn't matter when your carry cannot use it to buy back. Win rate doesn't really seem to have changed much, but I don't know. The fact that they keep holding on this long in the first place is just insane. Though I do kind of agree with the Dota 2 assessment. It's not like anything as good in the late game as a 5-man black hole is gonna be available for the side of LevelUp, right? Like, they just don't have anything to rival the Enigma and the amazing black hole initiation. Well, mid is getting pushed in a little. But really, it's not the push, but the initiation that everybody on both sides is worried about. Jakiro made sure to put down some sneaky wards just for that purpose. Although I'm certain Malin knows that they're never just gonna leave one hero alive. Storm Spirit. His galvanized mana regen is just so ridiculously low. Malin, he's been making the plays, but you can see how much he is hard counted by the constant stun lock. Well, one more big team fight like the last one is what it's gonna take to end the game. There is gonna be another black hole available in just a couple of seconds, so everybody from Dogsent will immediately start grouping on up. Once again, there's no vision, so initiating is gonna be very difficult. But because of that, everybody on Dogsent makes sure to go in the exact same order, the exact formation that they need. Game 3 or 2-0. It can still be anything, even though it should by any means be Dogsent's game here. They have been playing way too clean Dota. As Mars, the one that gets caught off guard, gets tossed back, but guess what? It was a bait. He presses the BKB, but Enigma just has no black hole. Mars, however, has a refresher orb, has an Aeon disc left unassembled to get rid of all of the debuffs. And with the Ancient Apparition ultimate, Dazzle cannot do anything to help his teammates. Flocken with the BKB wearing out the moment it does. He is going to die painfully. Son of Shore on the Windranger now needs to wind run the hell out of there. Ha! See what I did there? That way Blizzard can't sue me for copyright abuse. Ha. Kempik though, he feels confident pushing for the first time in ages, and yeah, this is what I've been waiting for the win rate to do after the last team fight already. Because I'm gonna pull up buyback status. The little gold next to somebody's portrait means whether they have buyback up or not as well when you're checking net worth, for those that don't know. But there's some people on phone and the actual net worth just doesn't matter anymore. Cause Shadow Fiend almost 6-slotted, Windranger almost 6-slotted. Both carries can get one more big item. And, well, SF can heat his Aghanims, I guess. But that's all that net worth will tell us right now. As really? Are you kidding me, chat? Call my reactions unprofessional all you want. What I think is unprofessional is that somebody is calling this like one of the best MMO games there is. When ever since Deadlock entered development, we've been having this many pauses. Like, even the teams get tilted by it. Like, when tier 1 teams have to pause so much, they get tilted by it. And don't conflate this with me claiming that EPL is tier 1 or whatever. But if even tier 1 teams get these many pauses and everybody's gameplay is affected by it, that's just as unprofessional. I'm just making sure we're having the most fun we can in a 43-minute game that has been paused for almost half an hour now. Which, honestly, I'm afraid that suddenly everybody on the side of LevelUp is having fun again. Sure, they're gonna need to wait 80 seconds till they can do that again, as Refresher Orb is a very large component of their team fight. But the other way around, right? There's not gonna be a Refresher Orb anytime soon for the Enigma. Roshan is up again, has been scouted out by everybody on the side of LevelUp, and LevelUp, it seems like they immediately want to go for the Roshan kill. In comes a teleport from Malin as well, making sure everybody is forced away, walking towards the top half of the map, as I think they know what's happening on the side of Dogsent. Roshan goes on down. And I will say I understand one thing about the team of Dogsent a lot better now. Where the reason why they did so well in the last championships and then looked so weak after. They just kind of suck at the late game. Like, I don't mean to offend them or whatever, but I've never seen Dogsent draft anything that doesn't fall off like this. Every single draft I have seen them play kind of runs into this trouble where now the enemy is late game. Dogsent may be playing better because they have picked a draft according to their comfort zone. But they're just really not good at games going this late. This was supposed to be free. I'm right there with chat. Everybody can yell at me and flame me and whatever, but I am right there with you that this game should be Dogsent's. Or Dogsent's, I mean. But Dogsent didn't end it in time. Saved by the Raxus. Though it isn't over. I'm talking like Dogsent lost, which is definitely not the case. They just need one team wipe and it's gonna be fine. Though Godkid, he does have the 2 black holes to pull it off. They have the resources finally. Everybody will back off in time this time around. Rotation with the smoke. Not gonna find anyone going towards the bottom lane, as at least Son of Shore wasn't under these wards. Because walking under any unexpected wards as a carry right now is just such a death sentence. As well. Aegis time down to about half. Dogsent managing the map as best they can, but they are eventually gonna lose this bottom tier 2. Bottom tier 2 is going to go down as well, as Son of Shore has an amplified damage rune. Is he gonna base raise this? Roshan's banner has been put down and Wind Ranger makes an attempt, is immediately getting Mars Arena, is just going to BKB, teleport out. Everybody else still pushing this high ground is also going to have to retreat. Toss back on the Jakiro. Jakiro taunted up by the Huskar, but that leads to Huskar getting AA ulted. He's gonna be forced to retreat, leaving Godkid instead to be the one hunting for more kills. Godkid, one-man black hole, but AA steps a little bit too close to it, making it a two-man black hole. As Storm Spirit comes in for the rescue, can they kill Godkid? It's not looking like it. Huskar reveals to Storm Spirit that taunts, including that of his ultimate, go through BKB, and that's gonna be SF. Killed off, not quite killed off the first time, saved by the Mars! As Mars now feels confident pressing that refresher orb, he goes for a massive arena onto the Enigma, knowing full well Godkid does not have any more black holes to retaliate with. Huskar seemed to do such a fine job tanking the SF, but only until he sees that Ancient Apparition ultimate fly in. Buyback from the Dazzle, buyback from the Huskar. They've lost their Wind Ranger though, who does have a buyback, but it's gonna have to be used. Tiny positioned behind them. The Radiant base can still take quite a beating from these creepses. Let's see, because Dogsent, if they get a good toss-in initiation from the Tiny, this is gonna be everything they need to be back where they were 10 minutes ago. Even with SF's insane late game scaling. Jakiro though, he gets saved from the focus fire, and yeah, GG. Wind Ranger's alive, but there's no purge that removes the Ancient Apparition ultimate, so they don't even need to wait for Wind Ranger to die. I think they know what's gonna happen, but Dogsent, they fought too hard and barked too loud to go down like this. I genuinely feel bad for them. On the other hand, I'm happy. Like, I'm kinda happy that this is, you know, the EPL, like the regular league, not the championships, because we got the EPL championships, and that's double elimination. Here we're actually going to see all of them kind of have another shot at these group stages. Tiny though, Avalanche toss in onto Loopsy, is not going to stop Loopsy from ulting down the Huskar. Atuf goes down as well, and there's the GGs in chat. Yeah, so I started being afraid of that happening around here, right? Like, this was the first massive base defense, then followed by a second massive base defense. We were all kind of confused why the win rate was stuck. But at the end of the day, LevelUp will get us a 2-0.